What is up, everybody? Good morning. Welcome. Truth and Transparency Friday. All right, we're going to thank our good friends over there at Crime Circus. Going to use his version here to show. If you guys don't know who Crime Circus is, Drip Drop, go over there and give him a like. He does great. He makes great videos. He talks about all different cases, but he's big on, wrongful convictions, wrongful accusations. So, again, good morning. Oh my God, that scared the piss out of me. Had my earbud in. Which part? Yeah, love Drip Drop. All right, so as we know, or if you don't know, I went to Delphi to the trial. Yes, son, hold on 1 second, you guys. Sorry, little man hasn't been feeling too well. But we're eating strawberries and watermelons. So as I was saying, I was there. One of the days that I was there, actually, I got to watch the interviews. And this is why I thought for sure that the jury, come on, this guy is so innocent. This is not how you act if you are guilty. So this is one of the days that I was there. I got to see this. So yeah, let's see what you guys think.
It's not me. You're not going to make me. It's not me. You're not going to make me believe it's me. You're not going to find anything that ties me to those murders. So I'm not really that concerned. So the reason we wanted to talk to you is about the Abnormality case. Okay. Appreciate your time in doing that. And as a formality, before we talk to anybody about these things, I want to make sure you understand you're not under arrest or anything like that, okay? And the door here is open. You can leave anytime you want. I'd be glad to get your...
Yes, Mary, they did. They pressed play on this, and they just let it play. Nobody, the people that testified to it, so like Mullen's there. You could see there's, what's his name? The freaking sheriff or whatever. So they just pressed play, and it just played the whole time when I was there. Now, as far as what they did in the jury deliberations, I know they were asking to watch videos. I don't know how they did that. Yes, Liggett. I couldn't think of his name for a minute there. Little Liggy. Little Bev and Little Lig. So here we go.
You right back or whatever.
Okay, seriously, wish he would have just walked right out. You have the right, you could just leave. I mean, joking with them because.
Yeah. So, but we need to make sure that we go cover formality here, and I'm going to get to the page here with this is a Miranda warning. So before we ask any questions, you understand your rights to the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. Have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask any questions and have with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, will be appointed for you before you question if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering any time. You also have the right to stop answering any time you talk to a lawyer. Like I said, you're not under arrest, so just want to make sure you understand those rights. Down here at the bottom, it says, I read the statement of our rights and understand our rights. I do not want a lawyer at this time, and I understand what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure occurs from any kind to be used against me. If you'd be willing to talk with us or just if you understand your rights, we just need your signature that we charge. Okay? Okay. This is a formality we take care of whenever we talk to anyone.
We're just going back to the beginning.
Okay, do you see how he's confused there? He's like, why would I need to be doing any of this, more or less? And then they reassure him, this is what we have to do to everybody before we talk to them. But he's like, I mean, you can see his facial expression like,
Of the case, and we have you talked to Lieutenant Doohan. We just want to figure out what you saw when you were out there before.
Great, wonderful. Okay. Now, you brought up something that you had done, and initially you had talked to Lieutenant Doohan, and according to Lieutenant Doohan, the information he got to you from you was that you were on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. Does it make any sense? Okay. And that you had parked at the old Farm Bureau building. I think that may have been the old.
immediately when they mentioned 1:30 to 3:30, he immediately is like, I mean, you guys see that, right? That's what I saw when I was watching it. That I'd be looking at the jury, you know what I mean? Like, you're trying to see how they're taking this in. And so right there, he's like, I mean, immediately, this wasn't like a, oh yeah, an hour later, wait, what time did you guys say I was there? You know, immediately 1:30 to 3:30. Like, he knew right there.
Welfare office out there. Well, while at the Freedom Bridge, you saw 3 females, and noted that one was taller and had black or brown long hair. This is basically what he had written down.
Black or brown long hair. Black or brown long hair. Name me, does Abby have black or brown long hair? No. Does Libby or Abby have black or brown long hair? No. Who does? One of their friends do.
Down. Okay. And maybe you even got some information about your phone or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. So now you understand everything. So I want to make sure that we just kind of get some information from you, and we get started here off of that with today's date, which is Thursday. Yeah.
Okay. The moment that when I was watching this, the moment that I heard them asking questions that had nothing to do with anything. Okay, my background, what does that have to do with anything other than me giving you my name, number, address? Why do you need to know my emails? Why would you need to know where I lived prior to? You understand? Like, watch how this line of questioning goes from just like, when do they first start asking him any questions that have to do with, all right, let's go over what you saw again. Okay.
And today is 10:13 of 22. What time do you have, Tony? 11:15. 10:45. And your full name is
Richard
H-A-R-D.
Matthew.
That's A-L-L-E-N. Okay, and how old are you now?
50 years old.
Okay. Your date of birth?
9972.
Okay, great. Could I ask you to write down the X? Is that right there?
I'm in the 50-year-old club this year.
Yeah. I'm beyond that, actually. So.
Just turned. No,
You're already hard to believe. And do you know your driver's license number off the top of your head?
no.
Don't worry about it. The home address, I didn't get it when I was out there. What is it?
1967.
67.
White man. Drive.
Okay. And the phone number we contact that.
4533.
Do you have water? I got one right here, John. Oh, okay, sir. I'll be right back. And do you have any of their cell phone numbers that you can be contacted by?
I got my wife's number,
Okay, what's her phone number?
612-4753. Never dial numbers anymore.
You know, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, okay. And how long have you had that phone number that's your one cell number?
I believe I got it when I worked at Indy, so it would have been prior to 2006.
Okay.
Because it's an Indy number.
Okay. Okay. So, let's see. And can I ask what kind of phone do you have?
It's an Android, a Google.
Okay. Yeah. What's your email address?
RICK2045 @frontier.com.
Right there. Okay, what would that matter? Why are you asking him those questions? Okay, like think about it though. Like you're asking for what?
Do you have any other email addresses? I know a couple.
Do you have any other email addresses? What do you think they want that for? Because they're going to go for that, all that information. They're going to be pumping this all in search warrants. This is all for search warrants. All of this stuff is for search warrants. This is sick. I said to myself, like, Lana, just, ugh. I'm not happy with the jury, if you could not tell.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, I don't use it very often. It's Foojacka, FOOJACKA 0 @gmail.com. And I had one at Yahoo at some point too, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay, great. What kind of social media did you do applications you use, like Facebook, at all? Do you have a Facebook account?
Well, my wife does. I don't.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Okay. And does she post often? Things like
She's,
on her old time?
and she does.
Okay, all right. So what is your marital status?
Married.
Okay.
What a fucking idiot.
And have you been married before?
What is your marital status?
No.
Okay. Never children.
Have you been married before? What the fuck does that have anything to do with anything? I'm just saying, I'm trying to help everybody out in the crowd here. If you start being asked questions that seriously have nothing to do with why you would be in there, that's a red flag for you to say, you know, this is headed somewhere that it needs not to be headed.
When you were talking about your daughter.
Then he wants all this information about his daughter.
What's her name again?
Rick. Oh, my daughter. Rick Jr. No, BRITT.
See, you guys, I'm sitting there like, dude, this reminds me of how my dad would be. Like, yeah, Rick Jr.
ANY.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, how he
Yeah.
is
How
in
old
this,
you now? You said.
they ruined this man.
28.
28. Okay. She's born when? You said.
1994.
4. Okay. And what's her last name now?
Zapanta.
Yeah.
ZAPAMTA.
Okay. And any grandkids?
No.
Oh, okay. And what's her husband's name? Is he from around here?
He's originally.
Why does that matter? Why does any of that matter?
He's originally from the Philippines, but lived in Canada, and he's been here shortly before they got married, so around 16, maybe 15, 16. Okay. I don't know. They got married in 17.
What's his name?
Paulo, P-A-U-L-O.
Okay. He,
You know what I want to see? I want to know if he kept his notes there. I want to know if that's actually on a notepad, okay, or if he has this out on some questionnaire like form. I want to know what he's writing on right now. If it's like a template, or if it's just a notepad. Okay.
ULL. Oh, it's another one.
P-A-U-L-O.
I got it. Okay. All right. So, but he lived here for Washington. Never since the Panthers being around here.
No, not around here.
Around here?
No.
Maybe somebody else.
She was already up in Appanee when she met him.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Graduated high school. We're in
North Miami.
Graduated high school, where at? None of that matters.
what year?
91.
Okay. And any other vocational training, college classes?
Went to Ivy Tech, like a couple semesters.
What'd you study there?
Accounting.
Accounting.
Okay. Any other vocational training or? Okay.
Well, I was in the military, but
Oh, okay. That's the question coming up here. Were you involved in any fraternal organizations, clubs, athletics, or anything like that in school?
I did some track here and there. I did football for like a year, but nothing serious.
Okay. Any clubs or National Honor Society or something like that?
Oh, no.
Sorry. Military service. So what range?
National Guard, Army National Guard.
And what highest rank achieved?
E5 sergeant.
Okay. Mostly around here? Or
No, it was in, I was born right, well, not born, but I lived in Mexico most of my life.
Mexico, like in
Indiana.
Indiana?
Yeah.
Okay.
You always get that. Yeah, Mexico, I played all in Denver. Yeah.
Okay.
It was Mexico.
Yeah. Okay.
But it was Peru was where I was in the National Guard at, sorry.
Go to church anywhere?
No.
Have you ever?
On occasion.
Why does that? Do you go to church anywhere? Why would that matter? To go to church anywhere. Name me the last interview that you've watched on like a true crime YouTube channel where in the interview that somebody has asked them where they go to church and have they ever gone to church?
Nothing.
Okay. Where do you go to? Any place around here?
No, not around here.
Okay. Parents go to church, or did you take you to church?
No, my grandparents went to church. My parents didn't.
Oh, I see. Okay. Any criminal history? You've been arrested for anything? Any medical problems, heart trouble, high blood pressure, psychological disorders?
Oh, yeah. Did everything.
Okay.
I've had a heart attack. I've got a couple stents.
Okay.
And,
How long ago was your heart attack?
2010.
Okay. You were 40.
37.
Holy cow. Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Depression, anxiety, high blood pressure, cholesterol.
What kind of questions are these?
So you said you've been there how many years?
Since, well, not one here, but with CBS since 2013.
Okay. So you worked at CBS somewhere?
Yeah, I worked in training Miranda. I worked in Peru, and then I came to Delphi. I'm thinking 16, 17, 16. Been there a while now.
But you said you lived in this house out there since 2000. So you drive back and forth with CBS?
Yeah, I was leading Walmart. Like I said, I spent 10 years with Walmart. I was actually a store manager at one point with Walmart. Chose to leave the company and do something different. Interviewed with CBS, and Peru was the district manager that I interviewed with. Peru was the furthest western store that he had, closest to me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I was going to be working, and it just didn't work out the way that I thought it was long term. I mean, I was there several years. I wanted to. They had a training position, a managerial training position. I told them I didn't want to do that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Long story short, and put in the transfer back, and like I said, I'm 16. I'm going to say around 16, 17, somewhere.
Well, managing is kind of hard sometimes. I understand. Is there a particular reason why you didn't stay in management, or
Tired of it, the bureaucracy. Not really being about taking care of the customer. It's more about getting this number on this spreadsheet, and that number on that spreadsheet. Then we get a call every.
When I heard this, I said, oh my God. I said, he is sitting here saying that the reason I got out of it is because it's all about numbers. Okay. It's all about making your numbers. It's not about people. And I care about people. He is like a people pleaser. Do you sense any, like him just talking about this? Like he asks him the question and he says it like that. Okay, why didn't you want to do that? Or why did you switch, or, however he worded it. Like it wasn't like, it was just matter of fact. The jurors, to see a man like this and then look and see what they made this man into, this little shell of a human being who, how could you think that, like, this is what he should have looked like and been like during and at his trial? This is what he should have been able to be like the years leading up to when he actually had his trial. From this point until he would actually have his trial, they literally made him into, they turned something, like, the best way I can say it, and forgive me to say this, but they turned him into a severe handicapped person. Like, I would not be able to convict alone off of that. Like, this is who he was. And then to see the person that you're seeing in a courtroom, and then after hearing like what transpired during those years, I mean, what the hell is wrong with you people? How could a jury not see this? And how does a jury not know that this is not how you hold people? Like, this for me alone was like, you can't, anything that man would have said behind, after the point of being arrested and in jail, all of that, it's unreliable. And that's what that's the only thing they basically are asking people to convict him on. If this upholds and people see how you can, and across this country, see that, hey, this is how they kept Richard Allen. So what's to say that that's not how we're going to start, once you're arrested for something, we're going to start housing people the way that they housed Richard Allen up and until their trial date. That's the precedent that they set with this case. And it's flat out disgusting.
You didn't hit this number on this spreadsheet. None of them really help you take better care of the customer. You spend your time managing scorecards. It had not. Oh, sure. Tired of it.
Sure. Okay. Let's see. So from where we're at right now, I think probably, can you help us understand what was going on Monday, February the 13th? You kind of tell us what you were doing that day, and every day the girls on the trail. Okay. Yeah.
We went over to my mom's in Peru, Mexico, earlier in the day. I think my mom had hip surgery back then or something, but regardless, my wife was working, so I went over there and spent the day. Not the day. I spent the.
This is, in my opinion, where the interview should have started, right?
Morning with them. My sisters come over and they were going to go eat lunch and stuff, and I wasn't about that, so I went home. And I remember it was a fairly warm day, or warmer than normal, so I think I just put a jacket on and went back out to the trails. Usually when we go, we walk down the high bridge and walk back and walk down the other side and come back. It wasn't a ritual, but I remember walking down to the bridge. The times, I left my mom's, it was probably around 11:15. So I think I would have been out there because I didn't do anything else. It would have been around noon, I thought, is when I got there. Walked down to High Bridge. Always went out just a little ways, not all the way. Went out a little ways and watched the fish. See if I seen any fish down there because I like fishing. And walked back and sat on the, when you turn around and go down the other fork, there's a bench that overlooks it. And sat there for a few minutes and walked down the, walked back out and left.
Okay. Anything else you remember? Where was you parking coming?
Said there was, the big parking lot wasn't there at the time, right?
Oh, you mean which one?
Like where the bridge is at, I don't think it was there. So there's a, if you went over behind, there's a back road that went up and there was a bridge, not the main bridge. There was a small bridge where you could park there or you could park over on the other side. And I remember I didn't park over there where the, it's a farmer's entrance or something. I remember I didn't
That's the Mears entrance is what, when I was listening, how I took that.
park there because I had told him something about, there were a couple vehicles there on my left, so I parked somewhere, either parked over on the bridge side or there used to be a little building there. I could park there. There was a trail until they got the whole thing done.
Okay. You're talking about the bridge. Just on clear, you're talking about that big blue bridge, Korean bridge or whatever that goes over the highway.
Well, that's the big blue bridge, but before that was there was a, if you're going out of town, you would take the road that I think is where the park is. It winds off this way, and there's a road. The first road you come, well, I don't know if it's the first road, but there's a road that takes off to the right, and there's houses, and that just kind of turns into a lane. And there's a small bridge up there before. I mean, I think it's still there. If you were
Like the one, okay, so you're talking about the one lane bridge kind of that goes over the
He's talking about you go underneath while you're driving.
it wasn't used. It wasn't a bridge that was used, I guess is what I'm saying. It was just, there was a parking area up there that you could park in.
Okay.
And that's where people used, that's where quite a few people would park before they, I mean, now there's a nice parking space, but before it was either you parked there or you parked over in the farmer's thing. And I mean, at one point they had it marked that they didn't want you parking there. So and I know it wasn't over there because I told them something about some cars over there. So I was then parked up on the bridge side of things, I guess is what I'm saying. I guess I'm on.
So this is kind of an overview of the area. So obviously this is the Blue Bridge here over the Heartland Highway.
Okay.
Yeah. And so yeah, can you mark on where you think you parked at?
Okay. This has to be the smallest map because if they're just focusing right up all the way over here in just that little corner, listen to how this gets broken down and how they don't use any of this other map. That's one thing that I noticed when I watched this, like again, and was able to dissect it more. But I remember like when I was there at the trial, like you couldn't see these details as well. Okay. Because I wasn't like up in like it was on a screen, but it wasn't like a projection screen that we were watching. It was like I would say 70, 80 inch television screen that was for the whole place.
Show me the Blue Bridge again.
Blue Bridge, here's the Heartland Highway. Here's Main Street. The road that comes out from downtown goes out onto Heartland. And here's the Andersons. I think that's going to be their fertilizer plant. And down there's that's the Blue Bridge.
I think it's right there. It would have been over here somewhere probably.
Well, that's one of the parking areas. Okay. And then
there's a
right there. He says that's one of the parking areas. Like he wants to move him off of whatever he's trying to. That's what me and Andrea saw. I remember we were talking about that. They're moving him off of whatever he's talking about right now. But this map, and see how they're just staying up in that little corner area. I don't understand that. Like, I would love to see that piece of paper.
old building somewhere over.
This map was taken back when the building was still there, and this is the building that was on the bridge, the trail side of the bridge.
Okay.
So down
you went this way. I think you went down this way and like there's an underpass or something.
Yep, that's right. And then there's a building right there. You can see it.
Okay. So we've either been there or there.
Okay. All right. Very good. Which way do you think you would have traveled to get to this building that particular day? Do you remember?
Just that way it loops around. Okay. I don't know the names of the roads or anything. I I mean, I can show you where I drove, but it just, on the way, the road that goes out, basically the same way that you get to this one, except, no, it's further up. And you go down and it like comes down and goes around somewhere and comes over on the other side.
Okay, very good. Okay. Was it ever an occasion where you might have gone to the park another way? Did you go out here very often? I should ask.
Not like I would say.
Okay, right there. Was there ever an occasion that you would ever go another way? Are you kidding me? I want, when I was in this courtroom, I was like, how in the world is the jury missing this? Or when I was there, I was like, they're not missing this. They're seeing that now they're going to ask him if he could have possibly went a different way. So the jurors have to hear that because I heard that. Okay. And they're well with it. And it's like, why would they be asking if he went a different way? Well, because the way that he just said he went isn't conducive for their evidence, right?
Say often. I mean, we go out, we may go once a month, we may go twice in 1 week. I mean, it was just kind of one of those where when we felt like walking the trail, we go. I mean, I'd say we visited it regularly. During the summer months, we didn't really go out there much in the winter. We may have gone out a time or two. But.
Right. Okay. So was it ever something was there ever a time that you guys took another path to get out there besides going around this way, or do you remember anything like that?
I think there's a way if you go past where you park the farmer's entrance that I was telling you about.
I think it's down here. There's an entrance across from a residence. It's a farmhouse. Does that make any sense?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I know that there's a way that winds around, and you can eventually get back to 200 or whatever road it is. We're all about 200 north, I think it is. It comes out somewhere down there, but we only did that. I think we found that by accident one time. We thought we'd go that way and try to get back, and it was
right there. What he's just describing that way, that's the way that they need him. The police need him to say that he went, because that's this black car being seen on the cameras. But he's saying that he didn't go that way. Okay. The way that he described first, that would put him not on that camera.
eventually came out that way somewhere. Okay.
And
But
the way that they're asking this other way, the way they need him to go, he's saying that they didn't even know that existed, and they found that by accident. One of the times that they went there.
If we were going to go there, we would go down through town and.
Yeah, down to that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So let's talk more about.
So when I was there, what I did is I went over to Rick Allen's house. Okay. And I pulled in his driveway, and then I backed on out, and I went like the two different ways, right? Because I just wanted to see how anybody would do this, and which way, after being living there, like which way would you go? And he's 100% right in how he said he would have gone. Like, why would I go off on some mystery way that doesn't even, like, I'm just going to, like he just said there, I'm going to go through the town, meaning that he was going to be coming past the courthouse. Actually, from his house, he wouldn't physically pass the courthouse, but he would pass like the library and shit like that over there, coming by where the high school is, like that way.
What do you remember doing that day? Remember seeing that day?
Okay.
You gave an account to the officer who talked to you, and you remember how that was prompted, how that happened. If you happened to talk to the officer,
I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple days, but shortly after they were asking for anybody that was there to come in. So I went down. I got home from work, and my wife said, they want to talk, because I obviously told her that I was there. And she said they want to talk to anybody who's down there, may have any information about how much, but I obviously will go down. So we went down to the sheriff's station, and I don't remember who it was, came out and talked to me and said that he would get my name and information. And then I was driving downtown for something.
Okay, so this is what I just could not believe. And I was like, I can't wait for everybody to watch this, because there was like, there's different things being said about this. This man went to the police station, went to the sheriff's station, Somebody's there to tell you that they were there that day, and you say somebody's going to get back to you. Go ahead, you can leave. Okay, we'll have somebody call you. Wait, what? So I want to know how many people, if there wasn't that many people out there that day, how are you shushing away somebody like this? Well, because we didn't want to have him on camera when he was going to say what he needed to say. If he would have been able to sit into a room like this on that day and just give them the information, then it would have been recorded, right? But how in the world could you shush away somebody, okay, and say, we're going to call you, like, we'll call you. You can just leave. It's like, I doubt that how many people came forward then? How many other Richard Allens are there out there? That's how I looked at this, is like, he comes there and this is a huge case and you're shush. Hey, okay, great. Thanks so much. We'll have somebody contact you. Like, what? And then if you are going to contact him, or if you're too busy to take his story right then and there, you would still want him to come back to the station. But now we know that people weren't banging down that door to like, hey, God, I can't wait. I'm in line right here. And that, oh, God, we have so many people here. Let me just get your name and we'll have somebody call you. No, it wasn't like that. There wasn't some long line out the door, people just waiting to get in there to tell I was out at the park and I want to help type of thing. No. So it is fact that he actually went to the police station. Okay. He didn't just, this is what the myth that was going around, and I hated it, that he was just at some grocery store and he saw some cop or some, DNR officer and said, oh, hey, can you take my information? I was out at the bridge that day. That's what was circling. And I'm just like, it made me sick because I'm like, who started that rumor? That is not how that happened at all. He went to the police and they said, bye, and we'll have somebody contact you. Yeah, what a great job you guys are doing. Ridiculous.
And I know that, I remember he called me when I was in the car because I pulled over and talked to him. It was a DNR officer. And he asked me if I could come down and talk there, or if I want to meet somewhere. And I don't remember how or why. I think they were really busy.
If I want to meet somewhere, can you come down or go somewhere and meet somewhere? Meet somewhere? Weird. He's like, I don't know if they're really busy. Listen to this.
Busy, crowded probably. So I was heading down to, it was a stable lot, parking lot down there, and I told him I would just meet him there if that's okay. So he came down, we talked. He looked at my phone, took my phone information, and I think he got some, we took the battery out and everything. He got information on them. So that's pretty much it. And I gave him the account. Forgive me, it's been years, and
Forgive me, it's been years. Forgive me, it's been years. Who wouldn't say that? That's what I would be saying. Well, God, this is how I remember it, but it's been a while, but it's also like something that, it's a pretty big event. But still, like, the tiniest details, like, forgive me, it's been years, but I mean, wow.
thought about it a lot. As time goes on, it's like I said, I think I was there probably around noon. It could have been a little before noon or a little after noon. Walked down, back an hour, so probably 1:30, 1:45, depending on exactly what time it was that I got there that day. I just remember walking down the trail.
Okay, so right there, both of those guys backed off, and they said to themselves, I believe, they said, oh, he's switching his story, because they have on that piece of paper 1:30 to 3:30. Okay, you have on your piece of paper, okay, the wrong name, the wrong last name, all right, and you have some piece of paper that this interview was never recorded, all right, and when Richard Allen was in that room and he sat down and they said, and they were reading what this guy wrote, immediately when that guy when Mullen said 1:30 to 3:30, Richard Allen had an issue with that. 1:30, like that's immediately. He didn't take all of this time to now offer it up right here. No. Rewind it back. You will see what?
And I told him that when I was approaching the trailhead, I guess is what I'd call it, there was 3 girls walking off the trail. And I just remember it looking like one of them was probably watching babysitting, but watching the other 2 because they looked a little younger. And they looked very similar. I don't know if they were sisters or whatever, but the other one didn't necessarily. But I remember seeing them walking off the trailhead, and I didn't really see anybody. I walked down, like I said, I looked at the water, I walked back, and I sat, I mean, somebody could walk behind me, I guess, but I sat on that bench that overlooks the creek bed and all that. And I remember telling him when I left, I remember there being, I think there was 2 vehicles down there on that farmer's entrance that I told you about. And that's why I know I didn't park there, because obviously I wouldn't recall seeing cars there if I parked there.
The farmer's entrance, are we still talking about this area here, or is there some other location?
This is a crime circus presentation.
There's a pull-in, like right next to the trail is all I can tell you. There's a pull-in right next to the trail, and the trail actually leads up to the trail.
Yeah, it's hard to see from here, but I think this is what's called the old Mears.
There was a farmhouse across from it, is all I knew. And it was like that. I mean, I guess it looked like where you take farm equipment in and out or something, but I know at one point they flagged it that it said no parking, so we didn't park there for a period of time. But
Did you ever park there before?
Yeah.
A lot of times you did. Okay.
I mean, we used to when it wasn't marked.
Okay, so here we go. If he's accurate here, and if there was 2 spots, that's all you can basically fit over there is 2 spots, unless you're parking on like the street. Like, who were those 2 cars? Who would have been those 2 cars? Who would have been those 2 cars? You can't have it both ways. So let's say, okay, this is where the guys are like, okay, yeah, he's explaining where Betsy Blair would have parked, right? And where Kelsey would have parked to drop off the girls, right? Like, that's what we're talking about right here. That's if it's this time. You know, he's been there how many times after that since, but if you're going to say that he got there at the 12:15 time, whose 2 cars were there? If you're going to say he got there at the whatever time y'all want to go with, then whose 2 cars were there? Because based on your guys' evidence, Kelsey wouldn't have been there yet. Kelsey didn't drop them off until later. So whose 2 cars were there? So it's like, or also, is this even the time that he's recalling that time? Because it's been how long? That's how I looked at that when I was like, you know, so the 2 cars that would have been there, if he's going based off of his time, that's at like 12:15.
We did a cleanup down there one time I brought a bunch of Walmart people, kind of a community engagement thing. We did a cleanup down there. It's the year that they tore down. We tore down that, if you go down, not the High Bridge way, but that one where I sit on the bench. Yeah, I was talking about. If you go down that hill, there used to be a little shack down there, and they tore that.
How crazy is that? There used to be a little shed down there, a little shack down there. Okay. When I'm sitting in this, like, there at the trial, right? I'm like, wait, what? Did I just hear shack? Like, you know, who do you think I think of immediately? Doug Carter, right? He did this now. So think about this. This shack, okay, he did this community service back before like 2006, 2007, possibly like, so 10 years prior to 2017, which now when he's being interviewed 2022. Okay. And, so the first thing, I mean, these jurors have no idea, right? Okay. These jurors don't know, but if you've been following the case, I'm sitting in this right there watching, and I was like, oh God, here we go. The shack of life, the shack. The shack.
And we were there that day that we tore that down. Okay.
We were there that day. We tore that down. Then I heard that. When I heard that, and I'm sitting in this room, sitting in this courtroom, then I hear that they tore it down. So the shack has been torn down since whenever this cleanup job happened. So then how did this whole shack, why was this shack even being talked about if it hadn't been there in, years? How many shacks were over there? There's also a different shed shack that's right at the trailhead that I was told. I love Julie. I don't know if she's listening, but when me and Julie were there and Bella, we were dude, we were doing crazy shit, to get all these steps and timing, and because I was adamant on this whole Betsy Blair shit, because I don't know who goes and leaves a park to go to the bathroom and is gone for damn 30 some minutes. Okay. That's not a quick pee. All right. Who goes and takes a dump and then goes back to walk where there's nowhere to relieve yourself again when you're clearly blowing up the bathroom somewhere, or you didn't go and do that and you did something else and then you came back. But I was like, this isn't accurate. There's no way. I'm an athlete. You wouldn't do that. Okay. You wouldn't go and walk your 2 laps, start feeling like you're going to shit yourself, and then go leave and say, I have to get my 1 last lap in, even though I'm having ridiculous bowel movements. Absolutely absurd. Nobody does that. Okay. I'm sorry. That's just, you would have just called it a day.
Yeah. You guys did that with Walmart. Was that the local Walmart you worked at?
Yeah.
Okay. One on Commerce or the one on
Commerce.
Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. So you guys came up and did that. Would you know when that was?
Oh, Lord. No. Well,
It was before or after this?
2006. Oh, it would have been, I wasn't even with, it was what, 17?
Yep. One of the girls right there.
13. Sorry.
No. Do I think Betsy Blair's involved? No. I believe that Betsy Blair has her loops messed up on when she saw the people that she saw. And I can almost basically prove it. Based on her times of, we have her car and leaving and coming, and we have her lap minutes and how long it took and the people that she would have run into. I believe that she saw the quote unquote bridge guy and the people and the girls that she says that she saw. I believe that she did that. It wasn't on her 3rd loop like she says. Okay. It was on loop 1. I basically think I proved it. I did a live on it and I broke it all down. I recommend watching it if you want to see truly who would have been passing who, based on timestamps. And Betsy's saying that she saw the people there when she saw this on her 3rd loop. This would have been after she went to take her shit when she came back. And then I was timing her loops that she took, and based on how long it took her to make the first 2 loops versus the 3rd loop. Okay. She took a lot longer on the 3rd loop than she was averaging on the first 2 loops. Okay. And I just believe that she saw the people that she saw wasn't Abby and Libby. And then it was on her first loop that she saw the people that she saw. And I explained as to why, because she never passed Richard Allen or Bridge Guy anytime that she was actually on her loops. Okay. And so if she's making these loops that she is, for her not to have passed Richard Allen, okay, she never said that she saw a male whenever she was actually walking. It was just that they were out there on the bridge. Okay. And it was, you guys know, the person that she saw was handsome, poofy hair. Okay. No offense, Richard Allen, you're innocent, but I'm not going to be going around saying how handsome you are. Okay. And with poofy hair, Richard Allen's never had, he's always had that buzz type cut. Okay. Poofy hair. She was describing somebody that was good looking in her eyes. So that's how I feel about the whole Betsy Blair thing. Again, I don't think Richard Allen's a nasty fuck. Okay. I'm saying that there's no way in hell that I'd be out on the trails. Okay. And the one thing that sticks out to me is how beautiful, young, and poofy somebody's hair was. And then you want me to say that this is this guy. No one's going to believe me that that's the same person I saw then. So, I mean, let her say that about, I guess, Richard Allen, because it's not him.
I wasn't even with Walmart at the time. I would have already been with CVS. Yeah.
Okay. So sometime,
Yeah, it would have been way before. I mean, I went to CVS in, I say 13. So it would have been before 13.
okay. So you're out there then working on the trails.
I'm going to say a lot earlier than that because I worked in Chicago, south of Chicago, for a couple of my last years with Walmart when I was actually running that store. So probably around 9, 10 maybe.
Okay. All right. Somewhere.
Okay, what he's doing right here is he's assimilating different things that's happened in his life to get down the dates that they're asking about. That's totally normal. Like, I have to recall stories and then I'll know what part. Okay, if that happened to me when I was in college from this year to this year. You know, like that's how anybody should be tracking down time, is something that happened in your life during that time to say whatever it may be.
Around there. So you were working out there in trails. Had you been familiar with the trails before then? Was there a time that you had been out trails before that?
We had walked, after we moved to Delphi, I mean, we started experimenting. I mean, there were trails that we didn't know were there, but, you know, you hear about one and you go, and I'm sure by that, well, obviously I know by that point I knew about them because that's how I don't know how I got associated with the Dan something or other that runs the area. I think it was Dan. Run like the Erie Canal thing.
Mm-hmm.
And McCain.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you believe in his interview he mentions Dave McClain? Think about this. He knows who Dave McClain is. He mentions him in this, and Dave was out there that day, okay? Dave was out there that day. He knows him because of this Erie Canal thing. I immediately caught that. And I was like, holy shit, you know? Even more of a reason of like that people would have recognized him. He knows these people. Like, lying in wait, my ass. Yeah, flannel shirt guy. Yes. Okay. You guys, if the defense would have done what I said to do about this whole timeline, I just personally believe that Richard, like, these jurors wouldn't have been able to wiggle. Like you told them, you're going to hold the state to their timeline. Awesome. You need to present the timeline then, defense. Because then the only thing that they're going off of is Cecil's. No, you need a whole timeline for that whole day, not just the phones. Ugh, it's fucking so frustrating. Everybody, I swear, when you're a learner, part of you will always be a visual learner. I don't care what anybody will ever tell me in life. There is not people out there that are just like, oh my God, I hate visual learning. Like, I need to see it, right? Like, right? Like, come on. They needed to see this.
I don't remember how I became acquainted with him, but I asked him because at Walmart, you know, as a leader, they always want you to be involved in the community. And I mean, it's a good thing, but you can also give money to, like, so because we brought so many people out for that event for a day, we had so many hours and we were able to donate money because of that from Walmart to the Erie Canal Foundation or whatever. So
think about all the stuff he's talking about. You think a guy like this, who people know that he's been there doing all this stuff, they know his name. He led these cleanup crews. Okay. which that should just tell you how shitty of policing these motherfuckers did, that you weren't able to go get lists of anybody that's ever done community service and done anything to clean up that park, those trails. Go get those lists and start looking and seeing who knows those trails. You would have come across Richard Allen's name on that. You'd come across a lot of people's name. What did you all do to investigate this case? Okay, you'd want to know everything about those trails and who normally goes out there, why they go out there over the course of the years, because it was said that the person that they believe that did this was somebody familiar with the area. Okay, well, then you guys suck, man. You guys absolutely suck. So he has ties to this. He has ties to this area with specifically his job, and this would have been tracked down. I'm going to go out there and kill people. Just absolutely fucking ridiculous.
We worked, I guess the question is, yeah, I did on the trail.
So he's telling them this.
For that day. And we also worked out at the Carrollton Bridge that day. There's a towpath or something. We cleaned up some stuff along there too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, makes sense. All right, well, that's good.
So, yeah, I sat there for a few minutes and left. And like I said, there were a couple vehicles. I may have told him the exact makes. I'm not sure. I just remember one was like a sedan, and I think maybe one was an SUV. I'm not sure. I have to look back at what I said that when I interviewed with him.
And that was at the you call farmer's entrance. Those cars were at the farmer's entrance.
Yes, sir.
What about where you parked? Were there more vehicles?
I know there were no vehicles where I parked because I don't remember telling him. I mean, if he asked, I didn't see anything there.
Okay.
A lot of people would park at that farmer's entrance because I'm thinking that was probably when they didn't really want you parking there, and that's probably why I didn't park there. But it's much closer to the trails, so a lot of people like to park there. You walk in and you're actually like halfway through the trail, so you can walk one way and the other and leave. But I know at one point, like I said, they didn't want you parking there, so we didn't.
So back then, you told he said his report said old Farm Bureau building. So would that be?
I never really knew what that building was. I just remember telling him there was a building there. And if that's where I told him I parked, that's probably where I parked. Like I said, it was either parked. Obviously, the farmer's entrance was always the most convenient, but there was a bridge, a small bridge before the blue bridge. I probably, if I got this right. This is Anderson's.
Yes.
So there was a little tiny, it used to be like a one-way bridge. It wasn't even a road anymore. Like, you could either go towards the blue bridge
Or you drive under it too.
Yeah, I think
Now I call
it wasn't, that parking lot wasn't there on the other side, so you didn't, but yeah, you went, like I said, you take this road that forks off coming out of Delphi somewhere, and then you take a right, and it's just a little road, and there's the people that live along it, but then at the end of the road, it goes up to this, like I said, there's like a parking area where people used to park.
I think I know what you're talking
I
about.
think you can't see it on here, but what you're describing is like the road leads up to this parking area that you're talking. It's out of the sight of that. Side.
Sure, probably, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, how far out of the bridge did you go that day when you were out there? Do you remember?
How far what?
How far out onto the high bridge?
I have no idea how many feet it is. The way I always know is there's one of those platform things that stick off the side, and I usually, years past, like 9, 10, 6, 7, between 6 and 10 probably. I've actually been across the high bridge back when it was in a little bit better shape, but somewhere in there, 8, 9, 10, somewhere it started getting pretty rugged and stopped going across it. But for the most part, I didn't go past that one whatever the thing is that sticks out. I go out there and kind of look. Like I said, I fisherman, I look and see if I see any fish or anything, and then I went back the other way.
I think those were back in the day. If the train was coming and you were out there,
Yeah,
you could possibly get out of the train's way.
Exactly.
I don't think I would still want to be on it when the train came.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, that day I don't remember what year it was, but it was well before 16, 17. I don't know, just decay.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
So if you were parked there, and correct me if I say anything,
The bridge.
I'm sorry. So if you're parked there, how did you get on the trail? Where did you walk?
At one point, you either walk down the road, but then at one point they had a trail there. Not a trail, I wouldn't even call it a trail. They had a gravel path.
Okay, so that's what I did. when I went there. I went and parked where there is this gravel trail. For me, how do you guys, when you guys are watching this, right? When I was sitting there watching this in the courtroom, I felt like he's trying to help them. He's trying to explain things, but I never got the sense that he knew exactly, like, this interview's in 2022. This happened in 2017. And so how I would be holding him to this is not like that this is the gospel, man. Okay. Does anybody feel like when they're watching this that they're like, no, I would hold him to what he's saying here, like, to the, like, this is what you said. You know what I mean? It looks like they're trying to figure something out, like, right? That's how I took it. So as a juror, I want to know how in the world you could hold somebody to every little word that they said.
That led to the new thing that they were doing. I call it the trailhead. When they started doing all that, there was a trail that would, I think it ran along the road, if I remember right, and then it just cut over to where the trailhead was at. You couldn't really park. I just remember where that path was at. You'd think you could park there, but it's no parking. So you had to walk. You either parked over here and just, it was actually closer if you went over here and you could just walk the bridge that way. And then if you went this way, it was a little bit further because you walked along the road to.
So you were going to walk along the road, or was there a path in there?
At one point, I think you walked along the road. Honestly, I don't even remember. Where's the trails here? That's why I said at some point, it was probably after they put that little pathway in that we even parked there. I don't think we ever even used that until they put that path there, and it was just because it was the only way to get to trailhead from that side. And like I said, at one point, they didn't want you parking down here because this farmer thing. So they had put in a gravel path in, and you would park there. So you either parked over there or you parked there and walk down the gravel path. And the path cut over to like where the trailhead thing is. Mm-hmm. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't know that we ever parked at that little building, whatever it was, until they laid that gravel path to it. I think we thought that was a new, I guess, desert.
Okay, so I was sitting in here and I was like right there because I'm a date and times person. Okay, when did that happen? When did they put this path in that he's talking about? Like, this has to be. So for me, if I was a defense attorney and I was watching this because I'm repping Richard Allen, like, I would be making little notes of things that I need to go and get. Right here, I felt that it was really important to figure out what date he's referring to this on, because I think it's important. Okay.
Native parking area, that's when we parked there once in a while. We still park over here once in a while. It just depended on which. And like I said, there was times when we parked there on and off whenever they didn't have it posted. They didn't want you parking there. And we probably did a time or two when they did have it posted, but we didn't make a habit of it.
So what, that car that was in your garage, would that have been what you just drove out there that day?
Okay.
Let me think.
Now they are asking him what car he took that day. Let me think.
Here, it would have either been that one or our gray Ford 500.
Gray for 500. Gray.
We kind of switch vehicles back and forth, kind of, because I've oftentimes worked further away from home, and when I was working in Peru, the car's what do I say? It's a 16. So prior to that, I'd had a little red Ford Focus, and our trucks we get our truck at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So on truck day, I'd be driving over to Peru at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And one day I was driving, I was tired. I mean, there's often times you'd be tired, but this day I was just so tired, like to the point I almost and should have just pulled over. But I made it over there, and I turned off. Didn't take the highway all the way up. I took the turn off that takes you in the back way to Peru, and made it all the way in town. And literally, I fell asleep, and I woke up when my airbag went off. I veered off the road and hit a SUV parked on the side of the road. And literally, that's when I woke up. Like, I didn't even know. It took me several seconds, if not a minute, to get my bearings and even figure out what had happened. I still didn't know, because when it hit the SUV, it threw it clear up over the sidewalk into somebody's front porch. Like, I literally didn't brake at all. I was asleep, so I hit it full speed. So anyway, I get out, and there's not even anything there. I'm like, what did I hit? And there was a person stuck on the other side of the road. anyway, long story short, they called the police, blah, 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 and I had to get, that's when I bought that black car.
The black car being the 16?
The one in the garage.
Okay.
And so I got that car because I have to drive back and forth and something to get good gas mileage. So my point is I was driving the black car, and then when I transferred and came back to Delphi, I didn't need the gas mileage anymore, and it was a nicer car, so I gave it to my wife. And from that time until earlier this year, I drove the gray car and she drove the black car. Now, if I was going somewhere out of town, a lot of times I would use the black car, depending on how far we're going. The gray car was dependable, but it's just one of those where the longer, I guess, more recently, I started driving, if I was going to go to Lafayette or something for an appointment or whatever, I'd take the black car just because it's more dependable and fewer. But anyway, and then from during that time period, I drove the gray Ford 500, and she would drive the black car, had her old cat license plate and all that on it. And then when I got her van, the gray car pretty much had it. It's either I had that and a truck as well. I had a truck for 3-4 years. I bought it used, and we didn't drive it hardly ever. And it was one of those where get rid of them while they're still worth something. So we traded them both in, and I got the van that she drives now. And then I went back to driving black car. So
I remember you said you were down to Miami County to see that mom. Mexico. Would you have planned to drive a black car because that was a trip out of town?
I wouldn't have no. During that time, it was still, the gray car was still, it's like the junk car. We bought it brand new. It was 2006. But I just say in the last, 3-4 years, it's not, the car didn't run well. It's just one of those where it's old enough that,
Right there, boom. He tries to walk him into that, saying, "Oh, okay, so you would have went out of town. So did you take that?" And he said, "No, that was, So what car did he drive, guys? He believes he drove his what? Gray vehicle, right? So I'm in the courtroom listening to this, watching these guys do their little tactics, do their little police, like, "Oh, we're gonna make him trust us," and "Oh, we're really not. We're just shooting the shit." What car? His gray car. That's not the car that's on. And so I don't understand. I don't understand. Richard Allen never says that he drove this black car. How does the jury not understand that?
You don't want to get over somewhere. Because usually, if I am driving, it's because she's at work and I don't want to end up having to get stranded somewhere. But that was more recently, so that's why I don't know which. It was either the gray or the black one that day. It could have been the black one, could have been the gray one. Okay. It was 06, 453. So
then he just says right there, just to like anybody would do, at least for me, it was the gray or the black one that day. Those are the two vehicles that we have. It was the gray or the black one that day. Why would he say or black one, Lana? Because why would I want to be tied to something, right? And why do I think it matters, right? But I know why it matters.
You get on the trail and you say saw 3 girls. Where was he? Saw the 3 girls.
They were up around the trail. I didn't interact with them. It was up around the trailhead somewhere.
So you walked around.
Like when I say they were leaving. Yeah.
Where did you see the 3 girls? They're up around the trail somewhere.
Okay. I'm assuming they were leaving where they came from, down where those cars parked, and they were going to go back that way. I don't know.
And then, did you see anybody else when you were out there? Anybody didn't stand there.
See, right there, down by where those cars parked. So, I didn't have the luxury of rewinding and listening back in a courtroom. Okay.
So then, you get on the trail and you say saw 3 girls. Where was he? Saw the 3 girls.
They were up around the trail. I didn't interact with them. It was up around the trailhead somewhere.
So you walked around.
Like when I say they were leaving. Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming they were leaving where they came from, down where those cars parked, and they were going to go back that way. I don't know.
And then, did you see anybody else?
See how he says down by where those cars park? See how he says it like that? Down by where those cars park? Okay. So today, how I feel about that is down by where those cars parked, in my opinion, is by the mirrors. Down by where those cars park. I think he's talking about where those 2 cars can park down by where those cars park. When he's talking about the trailhead, it's when you're coming off of the gravel and onto boop. And I figured they were leaving, right? He's they were leaving down by where the trailhead, And that would mean that, you know how they were talking about the Freedom Bridge? That's not what that is. So
when you were out there. Anybody
Nobody stood out, I guess. I mean, if I did see somebody, it didn't click with me. And of course, my memory was a lot better when I talked to him that day.
right there. Of course, my memory was a lot better when I talked to that guy that day. I didn't talk to anybody.
Which I don't remember seeing. Like I told him, there may have been somebody on the bridge or something when I was coming back through, but I didn't. The only ones that I really noticed seeing were the three girls.
Okay.
Because I was walking towards them, and I mean, they obviously stood out. And like I said, I remember it looked like an older girl with two younger girls.
Okay.
Walking the trail.
Okay.
And I guess I assumed that she was probably watching them or in charge of them or whatever.
Yeah.
What I felt like.
Okay. If you thought you saw somebody when you were coming back through from the bridge, where they were on the bridge?
I don't really remember seeing anybody that day, but I don't know. So if I did see somebody else, they didn't jump out to me or anything else. Like I said, it could have been people down around the cars, but I don't remember. I just remember seeing a couple cars parked over there. Mm-hmm. Like I said, Dan and SUV.
Okay. Also, let's clarify something. If I'm walking on the trailhead, or if I'm on the trails, if I look to my left when I'm on it, when it comes to like people coming up from the path from where you would park at the mirrors, I can see cars there. So I wanted to know here is like when he's saying like where those cars were parked, you can see that from like the path. I could just, I'm walking towards the bridge, but before I get there, this trailhead, it's going to come in. If I turn and look to my left, I'm able to see it's the gravel that goes right there at the mirrors entrance. Okay. You can see all of that. You would be able to see two cars parked there.
Something like that.
Okay. And then when you got back to your car, was there any other cars when you got back to your car?
I don't think so. Well, no, because I would have thought through that now.
Okay.
We're just reminding.
Do you know where you went afterwards when you left there?
I went home that day. I always watch the stock market and trade the stocks.
That was something else that they remember the officer recorded something about the stock market. Tell us about that.
I just had a individual trading account with Dave Tech originally, and I think it's TD America. TD America.
Do you see how he talks about the stock stuff though? Like he asked him like, what'd you do after that? Like I went home and I was on like the stock. So to me, the order of that is really important, that he was already home. And then the whole stock thing gets talked about. Like that's how it initially is said.
Trade. I trade stocks. Try to get rich. On and off it did actually, but no, it worked really terribly there for a while, and I don't even do it anymore. That's just too much of a risk.
So did you have a phone or a watch or something you were looking at the stock market on? Or?
I think so. I had a program on my phone to watch stocks. I don't remember exactly when and how long I had it, but yeah, I had a program that I could, depending on the reception you had, of course. If you didn't have any reception, it wouldn't work. And
okay, so glad he said that. You guys, the reception out there is bad. Been there. That's shitty. You guys saw how many times we were cutting out and we were trying to do lives, right? It's fucking shit ass service. So true.
Was it fairly good out there that day?
And that's honestly, I think that's why I went home as quick as I did, because I wanted to get home and watch it on my computer with my stock tickers and all that stuff. Because I remember doing that. That was like a hobby, I guess, for me, was watching the stock market and looking at charts and trying to predict what something's going to do and make money. So,
Yeah, that's way out of my league.
well, it was mine too. I just didn't realize it was kind of.
What were you wearing that day? I mean, you said you put on a jacket.
And blue jeans, and I'm sure I put on a jacket because I think it was still fairly cool that day. I don't think it was super warm. I would have put on a jacket. I don't know.
Remember what kind of jacket back then?
Do you guys hear this? Remember when I was like, I can't wait for you guys to see this. He's like, I put on a jacket that day. I have jeans. Like, I don't, he doesn't dress himself as the bridge guy. He doesn't know. Who would know what they wore 5 years later? Unbelievable.
And then
I've had Carhartt jackets over the years.
colors your jacket.
The one was blue, the one was black. Probably back then it would have been a black one. Had a hood built into it.
Probably back then it would have been a black one.
So it was just a black zip up. Anyway, I don't even think it was a Carhartt. I think it was an off-brand, but
I don't even think it was a Carhartt. I think it was an off-brand.
it was like a Carhartt. I could have worn that. I've had
I could have worn that.
sweatshirts like what you're on today. I hoodies, jackets. I got a little.
Do you understand he's just throwing out everything here? Do you understand he's like, I could have worn this, like this. I could have had, hoodie, jacket. I'm like listening to this and I'm like, yep, seems pretty like just typical guy saying I could have worn this.
A little bit of everything.
A little bit.
Fleece.
Anything else you maybe
Fleece. There's a fleece in there.
headgear or anything like that? Wasn't I on the day, but wasn't that cold either?
See, that's suggestive. This is suggestive. It wasn't that cold. This is suggestive language. Man, get fucked, y'all. Not you guys, but these motherfuckers, these clowns. Put some fucking red noses on these fools.
Just kept a hat in my coat, so it would have been like a, I don't know what you call them, skull cap, or just not a big fluffy hat, but a small hat.
So, So cap on your head, and anything else you've been wearing besides like what kind of shoes? I mean, that pretty
What kind of shoes you were wearing?
strange to ask a question like that. But what was, because I might probably tell you what kind of tennis shoes I had because I usually make them last a very long time.
Well, I've got shoes that I've had for
Suggestive.
10, 12 years probably. It would have been older tennis shoes, or I had military boots that I used to wear, but they just don't fit. And I've been out of the military forever, so I had some combat boots in my closet.
You understand? He is just saying everything that he owns. Well, yep, I got these. I got that. I got this. I'm just watching this like, yep, like he's throwing out his wardrobe.
That I used to wear occasionally. I don't know if I'm still wearing them or not. I mean, I haven't worn them in years, but could have a pair of work boots. I don't know.
So, a pair of work boots. I don't know. Like, you guys know what those type of work boots look like. Every kid looks cute now when you take your pictures with, your little kids.
I'll probably go over tennis shoes, but if it was wet out, sometimes I wear a boot, like a work boot, or like I said, the combat boots, because they help water out pretty well.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I may have told him that day I was wearing my own.
Do you know what kind of phone you had back then? You have stopped it from bigger?
I do. If I do, it's in the closet somewhere. I'm sure to recycle it right now. I realize I've had this for.
Okay, I was about this phone, right? Let's back up about this phone.
Right now, I realize I've had this for. One guy trying to go over. I just went to a little bit. I don't know. It's been a few years now. Several years, not. I wasn't. I know that since that time. I know I've gotten this phone. I don't remember when. It's not been a super long time, but it wasn't. I've had it long enough that I don't remember when I got it.
Do you have that picture of that car? No. I don't think I do.
Okay, here's the car.
Picture of the car on the.
What an unorganized frumpy fuck.
Yeah, we'll have that one.
What's up, Ange? How you doing?
So, a couple things I wanted to ask you after I check my phone, it's just like ringing like crazy. What we would like to do is to be able to confirm some of the information that you've given us so far, and be able to examine your phone. As you're well aware, phones go everywhere with everybody, and they tell a story about a lot of what people do. And sometimes the information on a phone can confirm, or maybe.
Okay, right here. I believe when I saw this, I said, there's no way they're going to show him that picture. Okay? Because he's going to sit there and say that it's not his, like, I was wondering why he couldn't find this. Because I was thinking to myself, well, does he not want to show this to him? Like, you couldn't find it through that little flip thing, that you couldn't find the picture that you're talking about, the still picture of the vehicle from. Come on, man.
Not necessarily confirm information about what somebody is saying. We have the ability.
So let me ask you guys a question. I thought for sure that they would have asked him, hey, did you have your phone out there that day? Okay. Were you texting or calling anybody when you were out there? Do you remember talking to anybody while you were out there on your cell phone? Did you guys hear that question? Because I haven't heard that question. Because don't you think that would, like, hey, so maybe we can pinpoint like what times you were there or whatever? I haven't heard that question, right? Now they get into like, we want your phone.
Be able to extract the data from a phone and be able to look at it and be able to tell where somebody was at.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. Would that be something you would allow us to take care of, do today, and get it done?
How are you going to have my phone?
Well, we ideally would like to have a phone that you have. When you got that phone, did you take the data from the old phone and move it to the new phone?
I have no idea. I mean, I know. I always try to save contacts.
Right. So if you had the phone, like, where'd you get the phone at? What service is it?
I go through Ting. It's an online service, and it's a lot of people don't know about it. It's really inexpensive, and I've had it for years now.
What's it called? What was it called?
Ting.
Ting, like T-I-N-G.
T-I-N-G.
Never heard of it.
It's online.
So you didn't really go to a store somewhere.
I used to, but I for years now I've been with Ting. You pay full price for your phone, and they have discounted ones, and so usually you'll pay a couple $100 for a phone, or you can pay $600-700, whichever. But as far as the service, I mean, I only pay around $40 a month for 2 phones, and that's pretty much everything.
Your service provider, is that Ting themselves, or is it another?
They, like, I think right now it's probably Verizon. It's one of those deals they use. Of course, all of them do that anymore. They use each other's towers.
Yeah.
But I think it's like my phone. Some of it depends on what type of phone you have too. Mine is based off of, pretty sure it's off of Verizon right now.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Do you remember what you had back there? 2017.
I know I didn't have this one yet. I don't even know if they were making those yet.
Let me tell you how I would have answered that. I'm an iPhone user. I would have said I've had an iPhone since fucking college, whenever they came out. So I don't know which one it would have been, but it definitely would have been an iPhone. That's how I would have answered that for me. But like I said, I've always said, well, Anna, did you ever have a BlackBerry? Fuck, I hated BlackBerries. I never, like, you guys remember those? Like, it had like the keyboard. And I was like, dude, no, Like, I had a flip phone, like the Razor. I had a Nokia. I was trying to like remember like all these different phones I've ever had. I have the original, like, remember, like, look at this one right here. I was showing my kid all these old gadgets, and take a look at this. You guys remember this one? Look at how little that was. I was showing him all these little gadgets because I was trying to find my old stuff. And I have all these. It's pretty special. I had the old, the white one with the dial up, like on the side. The MP, you would turn your little, it was the original Apple iPod. Like, I have all this shit still.
I mean, as far as service provider.
Well, I've had Ting. God, I've had Ting for several years now.
So
I probably would have had Ting.
Okay. They may have changed service providers on you. Ting may have used different.
I've always shopped around with my service provider back in the day.
Service provider.
I don't like. since I've had this phone, I've never had them come out and say, hey, we're changing your provider. It's just a, I guess kind of the home system that it works off of. Like I said, it's Verizon. I'm trying to think if it's ever been, you don't hear about AT&T anymore, but it could have been that at one point.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I never had it before. We lived in Delphi though, so I know, I'm pretty sure because I always got my phone. I work at Walmart, so I get my service plans through them because I got discounts through them. So I know it's been since I left Walmart, so.
Okay.
I mean, so I went through regular carriers prior, but I've been with Ting forever.
Well, so then what I would like to do.
They asked him how long he would have. He asked, how long would you have my phone? Like, if I give you my phone, like, what do you, like, and you want the phone from 2017.
If it's okay with you, would be to have an opportunity to look at the phone and examine some of the data on it. Really would like to get to the phone that you had back then. If you think it's in the closet, I
don't have to mean my wife comes home. She'll know. If we have it, she'll know exactly where it's at.
Okay, all right. So if it's okay with you,
She recycled them, but she may not.
we can start with this phone. We'll be able to extract the data from that if that's okay with you. And I have a form that I read to folks before we get started on doing something like that. And it gives basically like, you have the right to require that a search warrant be obtained before you search your property. You have the right to refuse consent to a warrantless search. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before giving consent to search. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. I've read the state rights. I understand what rights are. I do not want a lawyer at the time of consent to warrantless search by the officers of the police department only described property, and it'll be your cell phone and a motor carrier, and authorize officers to seize any item of data which they consider as evidence. I understand and know what I'm doing. No promises or threats.
He flipped, he was able to find that sheet in there really quick, right? He didn't have to fumble around to find that he just read off, right?
Make me, and the pressure version many times been used against me. And I would need to have the passcode. Is your phone open, or is it just a passcode, or is it a pattern, face, or what?
He hasn't even said yes or no.
There's a finger thing, and then there's a code override.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
any questions you have, I'll try to answer.
Just I don't know. It's sounding more like you're like I'm not going to be somebody's fall guy. I thought we were talking. I want to help you. I thought you were trying to.
Right there. Loved it. Loved it. I'm not going to be somebody's fall guy. Now, so we've had the luxury now, a lot of us have watched this a bunch of times. And so I wanted to know what changed for Richard Allen. That, remember how before he was being read, you know, his rights or whatever, and they said that, oh, we do this for everybody, right? And now here he's getting it read to him again, but he still was weary when that whole thing, and then we were just doing this with everybody. And now here again, reading something, and he feels some type of way, right? But this time he says, I'm not going to be somebody's fall guy. Why do you think he would say that? Well, because it's been 5 years, right? And they're looking to close this case, right? Remember, at this point, would you start thinking about things like Doug Carter's, I mean, you can't possibly live in that town and not think about all the pressers or that's what I kind of saw right there. Was just like, for him to say, I'm not going to be somebody's fall guy. Like, it just spoke volumes to me just about the process.
I find so everybody might have it be helpful, but everybody's absolutely what we're doing.
Everyone we talk to, we're trying to eliminate them from any suspicion of being involved in this case.
Sure.
So I get what we want to try to do is get as much information together to be able to show.
Right there, that's the first thing he's ever said. We're trying any suspicion, like we're trying to what?
Okay, we've looked and didn't find anything. So you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, I get that. I just, like I said, honestly, it makes me that we're even talking. I mean, it's been so long, and I haven't thought about this much, and it's just like I don't want to be somebody's fall guy, and we're going to try to make pieces of a puzzle fit somewhere they don't fit, so we can close this thing. I get, and I'm not saying you guys, please don't think I'm questioning your integrity. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. I mean, I guess.
So I was like, yeah, he doesn't want something on his phone to be inferred in some type of way. That's how I took it.
that's where I'm at. It doesn't seem like a simple conversation we're having. It seems more like you think I might have done it. So
I understand what you're saying. I completely get what you're saying, or how I would feel from your point of view. Okay.
yeah.
But from our situation, what we're trying.
When I was watching this, don't you feel like this totally switched way to like the clicking?
To do is be able to show what all you were doing that day. Take a look at everything. Make sure that we can show that what you're saying is true. Okay, so that we can be able to say to someone else, whoever's prosecuting this case, look, we looked at Mr. Allen. He's not our guy, and we looked at him because we looked at his phone. I was going to ask you something else too. Be able to look at your car, and also with your permission, we'd like to look at your house. And
see, they need his permission for all of this.
so all these things are very, very important just to be able to.
No, I get that. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to, I mean, if you get to a point where you think that I need further investigating and you want to get a warrant to do it, that's fine, but I'm not going to have somebody going through my house and everything.
Sure. I just want to be honest.
I guess I'm starting to feel more like your main lead or something here, and I'm not going to do that.
Did you understand that because we are so far into this, that I'm sure you see the news, you see state police doing their thing. Well, we
For a great while, yeah.
we at Carroll County Sheriff's Department, and he's an investigator with the prosecutor's office.
Sure.
We decided to pick through the very beginning of this again.
And
We're talking to everybody that was out there that day and trying to cross the T's, dot the I's. It's nothing more than that.
And I get that part of it.
So there's no fall guys. That's not.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not trying to question anybody's integrity. I just, like I said, at the point that you think I might have actually done this, then if you want to get a warrant, search my house, my car, my orifices or whatever, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind you looking at my phone or whatever, but like, yeah, I don't think there's more. I guess my point is I don't think you're
Just asking.
Sure, right. Just asking.
I understand that.
So it is what it is, and we are asked. So
Yeah, I'm not going to have police out going through my house and stuff. That's just not.
that's fine.
So people have reactionary times that like people say like, Lana, you pick on things, you can pick up things really quick. Okay. So this is how I see it. I see it that I would have picked up on this situation that Richard Allen was going through when they started asking questions that had absolutely nothing to do with what I possibly knew that day. They started that conversation off wanting to get as much information out of me, that stuff that that would have nothing to do, or that should have nothing to do with what I would have seen with my own eyes, or, hey, we're following up on this this lead. I don't think anybody had ever talked to you after that point. You know what I mean? But that's why I see the whole like light switch for him. It's based on it's because everybody's different. My light switch, well, in my experiences, I would have never put myself in this situation, but that's because of my knowledge. But for him and everybody else, everybody has a different time that they're going to be like, okay, this is wild. That's all that I see there, is that his switch finally came on in terms of like fully. Like I see he was hesitant to even start it, and then now here you go. Yeah, no. Like, so that's all I see here is somebody's switch. Like on when, and everybody's going to be different. Somebody may not have even said anything yet. You know what I mean?
News leaks and somebody here. I just don't need that kind of.
Well, we're trying to keep this very discreet because we do understand what you're talking about. It came out of the.
Right there, he says, I don't need people. It's a really small town, guys. It really is. And if you're going to have police crawling all over his house, like everybody in this town's going to know exactly what's going on. And the moment that I'm even put into a circle of this could potentially be me, or that they're at my house for this case, get the fuck out of here. Like you're going to pack your bags and you're going to be moving.
your age, which is not normally. I understand. So, we're not interested in making your life going like that. We're trying to get these things figured out. Sure. Get taken care of. So, sure. With that, so you said you would let us look at the phone? Sure. Okay, great. And you help us get to the other phone too? I'll see if I can find it. Okay, all right. So let me go back to that form and we'll get this phone back to our team. We can do that. So I covered this with you. What kind of phone is it? Can you tell? It's a Google something or other. It's a Google. Moving on this stuff. Okay. It's a black phone. Okay. And what is the passcode? 204545. Okay. All right. Great. So I read this to you. So if you have any questions, do you have any questions about your rights about being able to do this? Or we just need your signature to verify that you understood everything.
This is a crime circus presentation.
Yeah, it is. Go let Crime Circus.
Let me talk to my wife before I do anything.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't want to do this because I'm cool with it, but at the same time, I don't want her to get pissed off because I don't know.
Okay.
We watch TV shows and stuff, and I just, I don't want to be associated with this thing, obviously, more than anybody else does.
Right there. Who the fuck wouldn't say that? When he said, I'm in a courtroom, right? I'm in a courtroom, and I hear him say this, and I'm like, wow. Perfectly said, because everybody would say that. If you're truly, I would say that. I believe that every one of those jurors would say that. I've seen crime shows before. This seems off to me. Okay. I don't want to even be associated with this. You have no idea what this is going to do to my family in this community of, I don't even want my name on that. Wait. And if I'm just giving them, no. I loved it. I loved when he said that. It was so real. It was so raw. It was the truth.
And am I an angel of a person? No. I mean, I'm like anybody else, and I guess I don't want you looking at every website I visited, and I think
what he's trying to articulate here is what I just said a couple minutes ago. You're not going, it's just it's the same thing with the Brian Culver case. You're not going to sift through my phone to try to find something that you think that you're going to twist and turn and make into something. That's just not going to happen. All right? Absolutely not. And so think about this. If he watches crime shows, and we all watch crime shows, right? Dude, after I watch a show and I see something, what is the first thing that you go and do? You go and Google something that you want to know about. I do that all the time, especially if it has to do with bloods, I'm big into why if there's a crime scene and there's blood in a certain area, how did it get there? Why is it even there? If the crime scene is technically over here, but yet there's blood over, how did that even? So I'll even look up definitions of certain terminology with, the shit I would look up. I'll be damned. And then I have to prove that the reason I looked that up is because at that moment in time, on that day and on that night, how can I prove that I was watching from my television, not from even my phone? I was watching from my television a Dateline episode. I can't prove that. So my one recommendation here is watch your Datelines from your own phone. And then when you stop and you go and Google something, it's in chronological order. But that's what he's basically saying, is that no. Something that's on my phone is not going to be twisted and to make a piece of the puzzle that you all need or think that you need or think that you could make fit into this case.
I'll talk to my wife, and if she's cool with it, then we'll do it.
Can I? I'm going to get something. I'm going to show you something just really quick. I'll be right back.
Use the crusher.
To recycle. Sure, you want to know it?
No, I'm good.
One is older than the other. So, but no, we're trying to give you a hard time.
I understand.
Again, we're just trying to get these things taken care
And I
of
get that.
for a long time. So,
I get that. But, and I guess that's not that I ever question anybody's integrity, but
that's fine.
it's just, I know that it's at a point where, I mean, you want closure. You want closure for a family. And I'm not, again, I don't know you from Adam.
No, that's fine.
But you also can't say it's never happened where pieces of, and we find a piece of close to fitting and make it fit, and I just don't.
I just want you to see why we came to you. This is from the beginning.
Okay.
It's basically tip 74.
Okay.
That's I understand. I don't want you to think that we're just randomly coming after you.
And you've been,
I don't think you're coming after me. It's not that.
you've been completely honest with us. You said, about what information you can see right there. Mr. Allen was on travel between 13:30 and 15:30.
That's true. I mean, I don't think that
time was.
I know I wasn't out there that late. I don't know what I told him that day, but I know I wasn't out there till 3:30 or so. Yeah, it's 3:30.
That would be right around 1:30 until 3:30.
No, I'm saying when I left. 1:30 would have been more of the time I would have left.
Okay.
Not gotten there. Because the only reason I remember is because I know I left around 11 o'clock or so because they were getting ready to go do lunch. And I wasn't going to do the lunch thing with everybody.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If you are the defense team, why wouldn't you call to the stand the people that went to lunch that day and when they went to lunch that day and what time it would have been? Wouldn't you have?
Everybody, so
And
I
you told
went
us,
home and I was going to watch the stock market. Thought it was a nice day, and I'd go take a walk on the trail before I did.
Yeah. So things we're asking you is nothing any different than we ask anybody else around there.
He's adamant that he's like, this can't be right. This whole 3:30. No, the 1:30 is more of like the time that I would have left.
yeah, and that's really all the stuff you told us, and there's nothing inconsistent here. So,
That doesn't matter.
I guess I was actually watching my stock, so it must have been working. Yeah, about that. Vehicles parked.
Based off of what he said right there, it wouldn't matter what he did after. It's about saying that that's actually true. Okay, that's true. You want to have as many people that could testify to something that you would have said since this got played. If this would have never gotten played and he never said any of this didn't get seen to the jury, but since this got played to the jury, you're going to have those people that could have corroborated the fact that, yeah, he didn't want to go to lunch with us. Yes, he came out to our house that day. Okay. And if you do it in your case in chief, you're keeping the scope to what it is. And you want to show that he's being honest. You want to show that he said he remembers that and he was adamant about that. If he remembered that, and so here in a recorded interview, he immediately was saying what time he was there. That's something that's written down that has the wrong damn name of the person. Fuck that.
I bridge trail in. It wasn't, I mean, it was that farmer's pull off is where I was seeing different people call. Sure, gotcha. And you have the information off my cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, see, he's you got the information off my cell phone.
yes, that's what I'd really like to have, that cell phone in particular.
But again, that's why we're here.
Sure, and I get that.
We're trying to put.
And when I heard that, and the jury heard that, they took his phone, and he gave over that information. Then it's he said it black and white. I'm not going to be somebody's fall guy. You guys need to get this buttoned up because you guys are taking all this heat. Okay. And all these years later to come and
If there's any pieces you missed or anything that you can recollect, is this
Sure, and that's honestly, that's what I thought this was. And I mean, there's nothing else I can really think.
that's what I thought this was. Anything I could recollect. That's what I thought that this was. It seemed that something had jogged. I
Yeah,
just completely went the other way.
As far as searching my house and my phones and like,
Well, let me say, I haven't even got to that yet. I just want to let you know those things have been very helpful for us. Okay, I'm not necessarily asking right now
how
if they
they
can
can
help.
help eliminate people.
What we do is we can say for sure, okay,
Sure.
and we didn't find anything. Okay, that's how.
How in the world did they develop probable cause to go into his home? What probable cause would there have been? Think about this. He doesn't give them consent to look in his phone. He doesn't give them consent to go into his house. He doesn't give them consent to go into his car. Okay. What probable cause was there to go into any of that? How did they ever obtain that search warrant? I think that's what's got me so fired up about the Brian Kohlberger case with the Idaho 4 case is we now know clear as day they lied about everything to do with that probable cause. Okay. I mean, think about this. How did they, and it's absolutely, they did not have, I don't believe that there was probable cause to search this for what? What are you, what? Because he didn't consent to you guys doing anything. He told us that he was there between 1:30. You have a piece of paper written, that's hearsay, on a piece of paper that's written, wrong name, not recorded. That idiot, I believe, got the wrong time. Totally. But what probable cause did they have to go into his home? And what probable cause did they have to go into his car? They had nothing. They didn't do a lineup and have somebody look and say, yep, that's the guy I saw. That's the guy I saw on the bridge. I don't even think that just because that's the guy I saw on the bridge. You have probable cause to do what? You saw me on the bridge at 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock. This is probable cause. How was probable cause made?
How we
We have reason to believe that you're not being truthful with us. So we want to get your things and look through them. And then we're going to show, because when we look through those things, we're going to show that you lied to us.
estimate the successfulness.
And
I mean, just think about how ridiculous this is. What probable cause
yeah,
was there?
I agree with that. So, I guess when you say progress, it's like we're still where we were. And I'm not saying you have made progress.
No.
You obviously have. I'm just saying, like, we're here because we haven't found the guy that did this. And I'm not going to turn into that guy. I'm not going to, I don't want to become the target of something because, like I said, we watch a Dateline every week. We watch everything, and it's one of those. I mean, there's nothing that's going to tie me to it. And I'm not worried about that. To have people come and start searching my house and stuff. I mean, my wife doesn't even know I'm here talking to people. So, but I mean, I can look for the phone. I'll talk to her. And I mean, obviously, anytime that you feel that you need that information quicker, I know you can get it. It's not like you can't get it if you want it. I'm not an idiot.
What information, Ruby?
Searching my house.
Well, actually, you are an idiot right there. They can't just get whatever they want. No, come on. Just so you guys know, I'm 100% pro Richard Allen. He is innocent. I went to the trial as much as I could go. Done significant research in this case.
house, searching my phone, searching my.
Well, and again, the reason I said search your house and your car would be to be able to,
Whenever they have to ask you for consent, they don't have it. If somebody has to ask you for permission, they don't have it because they would just go and do it. Okay? Just remember that. If they're asking you for consent, they don't have the nuts.
say to someone, look, we did.
And so I don't know how they obtained the nuts. This is just gross.
Actually take care of this information. We know for sure, okay, what was there, what we found, and that gives us the answer we need for a particular situation that we're dealing with. Sure. It doesn't mean that we're trying to put anybody in a box, or anything like that. I know you brought up several times wanting to be able to resolve a case. No, what we want to do is be able to find a person who
Absolutely. That's what I mean.
Not trying to put anybody in that box that wasn't responsible for what happened.
I understand that.
So,
I'm not saying you just want to label somebody, but, you know, I had nothing to do with it. I haven't been a part of this investigation. I mean, I have with what I get, and now I'm obviously you question me further, and that's fine, but sure, it's a horrible thing, and I mean, I don't want to be any more involved in it than what I have to be.
Every single person would say that. That's the same thing that happened with Sheldon Jeter Jr. None of the African-American community wanted to be part, because the moment that you go and talk and try to be, helpful, they come at you. And so if you're going to learn anything from our African-American community, it's not to talk to the police. I'm sorry, but it's just, I learned so much when I was back and forth with Aliquippa. Like, I couldn't believe, I was like, hey, let's just call the police. Like, no, we can't call the police. Are you kidding me? Do you want to get shot? I'm like, what? They're like, do you want to get arrested? Because that's what's going to happen. Either we call the police, somebody gets arrested, or there's going to be a shootout. And I'm like, Jesus, to even think that you can't call the police for help, that's just mind-blowing. But that's how the community in Aliquippa in certain areas lives their life every single day.
I thought I'd have something that was useful. By all means, I'd give you anything I have. I just don't know what's going to be useful to you.
Sure, I understand. So that's one of the reasons why we asked for the phone, is to be able to nail down that aspect of it, especially the phone that would have been involved in that situation, which would be the phone you gave the information on to the officer.
Sure.
And also, something that would be very important to look at would be your car, because when somebody does something that's involved in something like this, sure, there might be traces of biological information and data or substances that were left behind inside the vehicle. So,
sure,
that makes sense. So, what would be helpful for us to be able to look at your car to be able to determine if there be anything like that inside forensically. Okay, forensically means we have a close examination of the car.
I know that. And then again, like everything else that we're telling you, then we can say, we looked at Rick, we looked at his car, there's nothing in his car. That's the point. That's the whole point of everything.
Yeah, this got left go, guys. I'm going to talk to my wife before I do anything.
He keeps saying that. I'm going to talk to my wife or anything.
This affects her as much as it affects me. And I know you guys don't talk to people. I don't hear a bunch of rumors out there. I don't want anybody knowing that I talk to you guys.
Oh, I understand.
I don't want anybody knowing that I talk to you guys. He says, oh, I understand. How about the question is why? What do you mean you understand? Because I would ask him why. What a cop says, I understand. Why? That would bother me. Wait, you understand why I don't want? Well, tell me why you think I don't want anyone to know this, because I want to know what you think you know that you don't know, because you didn't even ask me the motherfucking question. Because the question should be is not that you understand me. You should say, well, wait, why do you not want anyone to know that you spoke with the police? I want to hear that answer if I'm a police officer. I want to know why.
It's just not something we don't do that. Sure, that's not something we want to do at all. So, we don't just go out randomly talk to people or stuff like this.
Sure, I understand.
Okay. So, with the phone, you say you want to take some time, more time to think about it.
No, he didn't say he wanted to take some time to think about it. He said he needed to talk to his wife. Do you have a hard time hearing? He said, I want to talk to my wife. This doesn't affect me. Okay. And so, like, right there, like, you misstating the record. It's all you fucking people do. He didn't say he needed more time to think about it. I wanted to talk to my wife.
A couple things that I wanted to ask you about. Would you mind, sir, if we stepped out a little bit and
Yeah, that's what I thought.
came back? Would be okay with you?
Yeah, go collect yourself. Well, see, right there, all I would have said is, that's fine. You guys can call me on the phone. Can you guys give me a ride back home? I don't even know how the fuck he even got in a car with these people and went down there. My friends would say, hey, let's go meet up for happy hour or something like that. We'll pick you up. No, I'll drive. I'll meet you. I always have my car with me. Okay. Fuck the day I get into a cop car. Get out of here. I don't like to be trapped in. I want my vehicle. If I fly, I want a rental car, or like I have Uber on speed dial, like everywhere. Give us a minute here to talk. Like,
Give me just a few minutes like that.
so when we were in the room and okay, so the jury is just like watching him just sit there, you know what I mean? And then here we go. Now Jerry, or not Jerry, but it come back in.
Why it's important.
And now look at where they decide to sit. Okay. Before they're both sitting on the same side, he totally has a clear path, okay, to the door. All right. Now, when they come in the second time, look at where they're about to sit. And if you don't think that that's strategic, you're wrong. It's strategic.
So we get your cooperation. One of the things that you told us was that
There you go. Zoomed in.
you have driven out there in your car, and you think you've driven out.
Look at how blocked in he is. Look at that. Look at him spread his legs and eat the corner of that table. Okay. Look at that.
Out there in your car. We have a picture of your car that shows it was going out to the trails that day.
We have a picture of your car.
Okay, and
He's just listening.
now one of them.
He puts it in front of him, doesn't say like, is this your car? Tells him that that's his car.
Important things for us to help understand exactly where you were at that day, what was going on. You've already told us that you were out there. That's really, really important.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So with that,
He told you that 5 years ago that he was out there. This is the other thing where I want to compare like Brian Kohlberg's situation to Delphi's situation and even the Karen Reed situation. Brian Kohlberg has never said that he was ever at the scene, quote unquote, at the scene, crime scene. Brian Kohlberg has never said that he was there. Karen Reed puts herself there, and so does Richard Allen. Here, Brian never did, right?
what I wanted to do is try to help you work through this whole thing. I'm going to be completely honest with you. We've been able to talk to your wife, talk to your daughter already. Well, this all happened. We had time to do all that.
Sure.
And we've heard that you had some issues, even at one point put a gun in your mouth, that you were going to do something to yourself, maybe 3 years or so. And, look, there's a lot here that we need to get clarified, okay? As you well know, we have pictures of an individual on the bridge. And to some great degree,
when I heard that in the courtroom about him, about the whole self-harming thing, like, how damn dare, like mentioning that. And
You describe that individual as wearing, yourself as wearing blue jeans, a jacket that's of the same color as that. They described a hat. It's hard to see the shoes, but they're kind of brown. Okay? And this is the picture that was taken with the phone of one of the girls. Okay, I understand that. And the question needs to be, is that you?
If it was taken with the girl's phone, that is absolutely, I mean, it's not me, but I never have met these girls before, so even if I thought it looked like me, if it was taken with the girl's phone, there's no way it could be. I've never met them. I've never seen them.
All right, so that's
And as far as, well, and let's just stop there. As far as my psychological well-being,
okay.
he answers that twofold. No, that's not me. But if they were to take a, like, he like, I think he handled that like he wanted to get both answers out.
I've been dealing with that for years. It's not something new. It's not something because.
And then my psychological stuff, like, so, because that was 3 years ago. And he's like, I've been dealing with that for years.
I went out and told girls, now I got psychological problems. Have I had issues?
I mean, confronting it just head on and saying, wait, and as far as my psychology, I've had problems for years. I didn't just go out, kill girls, and then because of that, I did that. Knows exactly what they were trying to insinuate. Like, head on, goes right to it. Like, crushes it. Like, wait, we're going to put a stop to that.
I pick a gun. I know how a gun works, and I wasn't going to shoot that night. It was probably a cry for help that night. You've obviously talked to my wife, so it is what it is. But I know that you have talked to anybody that knows me, has been around me, my family, not my family, that thinks that I may have been involved in this. I wouldn't believe it.
This image, this person right here, he's wearing like a Carhartt jacket, just like you just told us.
Okay.
He's wearing the same
You have no idea what type of jacket he's wearing.
clothing that you just told us. We just need to know what happened. Why?
Sure. I said I was wearing blue jeans. Now, I think blue jeans is a pretty common thing that people wear. And I said I was probably wearing a black or a blue coat. It could have been a Carhartt, a zip-up with a hoodie in it. I've had black ones. I've had a blue one, or a blue one and a black one. Like, I guess, you're taking what I told you I was wearing and saying that that's me. And
So the other kind of,
in your search, you literally want me to, like, you want me to say that that's my car? We looked at the,
You want me to say that that's my car? Like, does this look like a guilty person? This is somebody who's like, to me, completely innocent, but more importantly, like, can't believe that, okay, you're everybody wears jeans. Are you kidding me? Like, this is insanity. Like, but he's nailing it. He's like, jeans? Everybody wears jeans.
it matches everything. That is your car.
okay, well, I'm saying that picture, it's like, okay,
There's zero doubt.
okay.
That's zero doubt that's so all they do is show him a picture. You want me to say that's my car? What time is it? When was, like, where is that even at? Like, this is giving me like Dr. Moore vibes right here.
Okay,
We're
that's
just showing you what we have and why we need to eliminate. That's
sure.
the point.
Sure. All right, well, we're all done here.
All right, well, we're all done here.
So
Unless you want a resume, that's fine.
here's what I want to say to you at this point. Look, we have a lot of information here. We need clarification.
Sure.
And that's exactly why we're talking to you at this time.
What?
Why didn't you say this from the beginning? If you need clarification on things that you think that
And that's fine.
So what we want to do is be able to take a look at your cell phone, take a look at all the data, help us out. Yeah, it'd be great. Or,
Help us out. Can you imagine hearing the words help us out after this? This is pure deception on the officer's part, right? We help you out to do what? What can I help you with? You're not even making any sense right now. What do I need help with? What do you guys need help with? What can I possibly help with? You're over here telling me that's my car, not asking me, telling me.
Conversely, in this situation, we've already talked to your reporter, and we already know that and we haven't told them what we know about this. We haven't said anything about that. But they say you're a nice guy. And I believe you're a nice guy.
Oh, okay.
Look, I have no reason. We take a picture for you. We went to your house.
You got a job to do.
We went to your house.
You sit down here.
We went to your house.
We're having a conversation, and
we went to your house this morning, and what we did was knock on the door. You let us inside. We had a nice conversation, and that's great. That's really positive. You came here to.
When I heard this, if I was a juror, wait, you went to his house, you knocked on his door, you had a nice conversation. None of that was recorded. And something as serious as this, there's no recording of anything that took place at that house. What fucking amazing police work.
To the center and drove down. You rode in a car with us.
yeah.
And we had a chance to sit down and talk. And not a fellow who is, I think, a mean fellow. You're not the kind of guy that would go out and do something malicious to somebody. So a lot of what we're trying to get figured out here today, right now, is exactly what's going on here. Why is
You don't know this man, and he would know that. Like, so you don't know me. What are you talking about? That you don't think I could do this? I don't even know who you are. You have no idea who I am.
this information showing us one thing, but then you're telling us another?
What is it showing you? What is information? I'm going to say that is, just say that is my car. I told you I could have been driving that car.
Yeah, that's right.
And I don't know what it is but this seems to have taken a turn, You're sitting here, you're talking, because you ask me things, I get that. Most people, but now it's turning into, most people have wanted to be eliminated from this.
Well, sure.
That.
My question would be like, that's my car from where? Where is this picture taken from?
Well, I don't want to be included to begin with. So until the point that you have something that tells you that I did this and you want to subpoena or arrest me or something, I've got nothing to put out. So I'm not real concerned here, but your attitudes towards me have definitely changed, and I don't like the fact that, it feels more like I'm being interrogated, and so then you're going to tell me that you've already talked to my wife and my daughter and stuff. Like, how straightforward is that?
Dude, how amazing is, like, he's saying he's calling it out as for what it is. And I'm over here watching this in the courtroom thinking, I know juror 6 saw it. I know these jurors saw this and they weren't like, wow, what a guilty fuck.
Well, let's turn everything around. Tell me what you would do differently if you were in our situation. You had this information. How would you react? What would you do? You do the same thing that we were doing right now.
What information is it you have? You have that I was out there, and I told you from the very beginning that I was out there.
Yes, you did.
I didn't hide it. Did you see this guy? I didn't know. Okay. I told you. I see the only person that I clearly remember seeing that. And this isn't from the day. I mean, this is the next day. The only people or person that came into my mind were those 3 girls that I seen.
Richard, we're not upset with you, not mad at you, anything like that. We're just trying to get to the bottom of this, okay? No, I'm not, I'm not here to give you a hard time. I'm just here to try to get the situation straightened out. Mm-hmm. And what we want to do is simply get to the truth. What would help us get to the truth is being able to look inside of some of the things you're talking about, okay? And I get that, okay?
And on the other side of things, sure. And on the other side of things, if I thought I had something that was going to help you, that would, what do I have that's going to help you? Okay.
Exactly. He's asking a question. What do I have that's going to help you?
Well, I have some questions we can go through here, if you don't mind. And
I think we're done.
We have some other questions here that we could go through here. And what I could do,
I get questions. What does that hurt?
Some of the questions that we can ask you are simply this. And I don't want you to feel like,
right there, he says, I think we're done. Okay. I think we're done. How is this not suppressed? I think, did you hear what Liggett said to him? What's it going to hurt to answer a couple of these questions? Liggett like whispers that to him right there. Watch this.
The other side of things, sure. And on the other side of things, if I thought I had something that was going to help you, that would, what do I have that's going to help you?
Okay. Well, I have some questions we can go through here, if you don't mind. And
I think we're done.
we have some other questions here that we could go through here. And what I could do,
I get questions. What does that hurt?
some of the questions.
Right there. Did you hear that? He looks at him, Liggett, and says, and whispers that to him. What would it hurt?
We can ask you simply this, and I don't want you to feel like these questions all sound strange, and it'd be maybe even accusing in nature, but I want you to understand I'm not trying to offend you.
I help with that.
I can help us out by getting to a little bit farther along in this matter.
So, I don't know. Like I said, you talked to my daughter and my wife. What do you want? I can't tell you what happened. I can tell you that if that picture was, you can sit and take anybody and say, well, if they were wearing this and wearing that, that could be done. If that picture was taken from one of the girls' phones, here's the problem because I've never met them. No, but listen, here's the problem with that. You know why you can put a lot of people in happen. I can tell you that if that picture was, you can sit and take anybody and say, well, if they were wearing this and wearing that, that could be done. If that picture was taken from one of the girls' phones, here's the problem because I've never met them. No, but listen, here's the problem with that. You know why you can put a lot of people and say they're wearing blue jeans and a blue coat, but you know what the difference is? No, you said you were there. Well, sure, I did. We have people that saw you.
Okay. Ricky said you were out on the bridge yourself.
There aren't.
Right there, that's a lie. We have people that said that they saw you. That's a lie, just so everybody knows that.
That many people that saw me. I'm sure I didn't miss that many people. If they walked behind me, I guess.
You said that you were out on the bridge, this bridge, yourself that day around the time when this happened.
No, I didn't.
You said you walked out onto the bridge. When we talked to you earlier, you said that you walked out to about the first platform or within that area down the bridge. That's what you told us. So we know that you were on the bridge.
Of course I was.
Okay.
I told you.
And with that, we can say that, is this person you? That's the question. Is that person you? That's the question we have to answer.
Did he say you told us that you walked across the bridge and that's why he said, no, I didn't? Hold on.
Anybody and say, well, if they were wearing this and wearing that, that could be done. If that picture was taken from one of the girls' phones, here's the problem because I've never met them. No, but listen, here's the problem with that. You know why you can put a lot of people and say they're wearing blue jeans and a blue coat, but you know what the difference is? No, you said you were there. Well, sure, I did. We have people that saw you. Okay.
Ricky said you were out on the bridge yourself.
There aren't that many people that saw me. I'm sure I didn't miss that many people. If they walked behind me, I guess.
You said that you were out on the bridge, this bridge, yourself that day around the time when this happened.
No, I didn't.
You said you walked out onto the bridge.
Right there. Because he said the words, boom. You hear what he said there at the end? He said, you said that you were out there on this bridge at the time that this happened. That's why he says, no, I didn't. Because he's saying he was out there, earlier from 12, he could have been out there, like he said, it could have been a little bit before 12, a little bit after 12, and it would have been like an hour, a little bit longer. So I would have left between 1:15, 1:30, 1:45. That's how he words it. And so the reason he says, no, I didn't, and if the jury missed this, because they got to go watch this again, they asked for it. He's saying, no, I didn't, to the fact of the description of that you said you were out there at the time that this happened. And he's like, no, I didn't, because the word time was put in there at the time that this happened.
When we talked to you earlier, you said that you walked out to about the first platform or within that area down the bridge. That's what you told us. So we know that you were on the bridge.
Of course I was.
Okay.
I told you.
And with that, we can say that, is this person you? That's the question. Is that person you? That's the question we have to answer.
Sure.
Okay. So if that person is you, we know this person followed the girls all the way to the other side of the bridge and then told them to go down the hill.
This is a Crime Circus presentation.
Follow. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like you're saying, don't.
Okay. So
I don't even know what you're talking about.
bridge here. Okay, this is the girls walking towards the other side of the bridge from where the trailhead is at. The other side of the bridge. And this person followed them all the way to the other side of the bridge where So let's just...
Okay. Ready? Ready? This person, so remember now everything that we know, where Bridge Guy was in that picture, and he says that he followed them all the way. Well, we've seen the video. We've seen the 43-second video. Everything was really close to the end of the bridge. It wasn't, this video didn't start at the beginning of the bridge. Okay. And so I think that's something that was interesting to me, is how Mullins is interpreting this video. That I've told you guys, I don't interpret it that way. I believe that the video came first and then the picture came actually second, that was not taken from the phone that was recovered. And the reason that I think that is because the guy is not behind Abby, because he already crossed the motherfucking bridge, right? From the video, right? And so how could you possibly take a picture of Abby and not have that motherfucking dude behind her? And because it's always been put in the wrong order. And it's evident, and that's the only question I had for that Stacy woman. And because everything, when it was uploaded, it was this whole 7 hour, just in that 7 hour time span. It was never in a specific order though. And so I'm adamant that the picture of Abby was taken after the guy went across the bridge, proving that that's like the proof of life, even after the bridge and going this so-called go down the hill or whatever, that they were still up over there. And then I wanted to get down the steps and the data with that, and ask her specifically my question, which was, based upon these timestamps, they couldn't have went down the hill right away because they would have still been walking, right? If you look at the data, it shows a big gap of time of no steps. So this guys down the hill couldn't have fucking happened right then and there based on the data of the steps. And that's what needs to be testified to, because that changes everything. And that's off of the evidence, off of the data. You know, if they go down the hill, Liberty would be taking steps, right? Well, when do these steps stop? And when do they restart up again? It's very interesting.
I told them to go down the hill. Okay, so let me stop here. I don't appreciate you trying to talk me into this. No, this is what I said. You're trying to change my words around. I told you I was on the bridge. Now you just told me this is the trailhead side of the bridge. Over here on this. And you're saying I walked on the bridge. You said you walked on that bridge that day. And that first trestle is somewhere back there. Okay. It's somewhere over there. Help me understand. Okay. You came out this far. We know I did. You came out that far. That's what you told. I'm not going to tell you I can't tell by that how far out I was. Okay. I'm just telling you. You're saying that's me, and you're saying this is the.
They are using a fucking screenshot. They are using a screenshot. They have no idea where it came from. Do you guys understand this? They are talking to a man in a room, okay, and using a screenshot of a upload that no metadata, no nothing. I mean, what the fuck? Wild.
The far side of the bridge, I don't even go out that far anymore. I had it for years. Mm-hmm. Okay, for years. But back then, that was in 2017. Okay, and the question is this you? No. Okay.
The question is this you? What does he say? No.
So you're telling me that this person was out there on the bridge, wore the same clothing that you have on that day. But you didn't see
You
them.
can't tell that's a black Carhartt coat, a blue Carhartt coat, a pullover. I told you I could have been wearing this.
The two kinds of clothing you said you wore that day was
I would have been, see that right there? That this whole like laugh thing was just like, this is ridiculous. That's how I would have, that would be like my type of mannerism. Like, you got to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me. That's what he just, like, look at him. He's looking at him straight at him. Look at, he's leaned in. He's engaged.
either a black Carhartt coat or a blue Carhartt coat. Okay, you said you have blue jeans, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've had
Okay, so put yourself in my chair.
I guess what I'm saying is I'm not going to tell you I wasn't wearing a black Carhartt that day. I told you I could have been. I don't know if that's a black Carhartt. And if it is, it's not mine, it is.
And you said you have a hat. You normally wear a skull cap that's covered.
I said I carry one. So if I was wearing one, it would be like a skull cap or a smaller type of hat or something.
Okay. So this is the situation we're at, okay? Basically this. Either you were out there to do this to the girls, or you were out there to be able to introduce the girls to somebody else.
Okay. Good luck finding anything that points in that direction. I mean, it's not me. You're not going to make me believe it's me. You're not going to find anything that ties me to those murders. So I'm not really that concerned. You know, you went from trying to, I don't know what you want to say, get my trust and then slowly lure me into telling you I killed somebody and I'm not going to do it. You know, I don't know where this thing scores.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. Really not. I just.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good summary right there. What he just said, right? He said, you just tried to what? Lure me in, get me to trust you or something like that, and then try to get me to confess to something that I didn't do.
I want you to put yourself in the situation where we as police officers are looking at all the evidence that we have and what you've told us right now, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not trying to give you a hard time, just want to make sure that we get everything taken care of here. That's why we wanted to look at the things that we wanted to look at.
And that's not going to happen now. I mean, like I said, we're done here. So arrest
That's not going to happen. We're done here.
me or take me home.
I understand. So
Arrest me or take me home. I'm done.
these,
This is stupid.
He just said, arrest me or take me home. Now check this out. I don't know what happened with the video here.
get all the evidence that we have and what you've told us right now, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not trying to give you a hard time, just want to make sure that we get everything taken care of here. That's why we wanted to look at the things that we wanted to look at.
And that's not going to happen now. I mean, like I said, we're done here. So arrest me or take me home.
I understand. So
Arrest me or take me home. I'm done.
these,
This is stupid.
okay.
Right
So
there.
that day,
You guys notice how he, all of a sudden, he was like this, and then all like, I noticed that, it's like, what's wrong with this camera? Why is it like cut? And like these, why is Alan like this? And he was just like this and a totally different. It's wild. He said, arrest me or we're done. Arrest me or take me home. We're done.
so on that day, you went out there on the bridge, and that you were wearing the same clothing that basically the same clothing that this person here is wearing.
That's what you think. I don't know how you can tell that that's a black Carhartt coat, which is what I told you, a black or blue Carhartt coat. Blue jeans. Never mind. This is ridiculous. You're trying to tell me that I gave you a description of this guy and I didn't. I mean, we all looked at this thing for months and years, and
we've all been looking at this thing for months and years. Months and years. Like he's saying, like, this has all been out there for months and years, talking about like bridge guy.
to me that doesn't even look like a Carhartt coat.
We can't say it's not, can you? I mean, neither one of us can.
You're right.
Can't say it's not. I mean, we can't say that it's not a Carhartt coat. We can't
You asked me 5 years after the fact of what I wore that day.
say that that hat isn't similar to the one that you have had at one point.
Wait, what kind of hat do you think that person has on? We've all been looking at this.
What?
Bridge guy has a scully on? I don't think Bridge guy looks like he has a scully on.
So, okay, with all those things in view,
You've lost my trust. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. This is stupid. Now you pissed me off.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so let's get, are you arresting me? Well, I really want to try to get it worked out, okay? I want to try to get
Answer his question. Answer his question. Are you arresting
this
me?
thing worked out. Am I free to leave or not? You've always been free to leave.
Okay.
Thank you. You're an asshole.
Okay. Dude, when he said that, the jury laughed. The jury, like, who wouldn't have done that? You're an asshole. You're an asshole. Give it up for my boy Drip Drop. Love Drip Drop. Drip Drop. Drip, 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 drip. You're an asshole. Complete asshole. And then
Thor good boot size 7.5 mins. And then on down. So we took the clothing that you had mentioned that you possibly could have been wearing the day you're on the bridge.
Okay.
And then we also took some knives.
Okay.
We took your car, and then we also took a weapon, a SIG 40, right?
Okay.
Right there. I used to be a Beretta guy. I was in the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
Stopped at Berettas. And then when I first got on the state police, we had Berettas as well. And then we went to Glocks for a little bit.
Sure.
And then we went to SIGs.
I was trying to think what we even had. I think the Berettas were probably coming out before I got out.
You know,
Because they used to have the old 45s.
Beretta,
No, they were,
Springfield.
I have no idea, honestly. They were the government issued 45s. Yeah.
Yeah, we had I think there were 40 Berettas. And I think when I came on in 2001 in the state police, we had Berettas, but we went to Glocks, not a huge fan of Glocks, but SIGs.
Mhm.
If I could build an indoor range and afford the ammo, I'd shoot that thing every day.
Yeah.
You shoot yours?
I've not had a lot of experience, no.
No.
I mean, target practice here and there. It's probably been, I don't even remember. I haven't shot them in a long time. I know that.
Do they have like an indoor range in Delphi?
No, not that I know of. Honestly, I don't even know where. I haven't looked. There used to be one in Kokomo. It's the only thing I know.
Where you live
That's
in?
where
Yeah, you live in town, so you can't go out your back door and shoot it.
No, I probably could. Probably wouldn't be a good idea, but
I live out in the country, so
Mhm.
I know my closest neighbor's like 2 miles away, so I shoot mine out there. I got like a ditch.
Mhm.
I don't have an indoor range, but I have like a ditch I can shoot and stuff like that. So, like I said, these are the items that we took. These are the items that we're testing. Some tests take longer than others, as you know.
as
So
you
the lab
know,
wants me to ask a few questions just about to help us with the testing, and you'll understand when I ask you.
okay.
So, for example, they took a lot of swabs. They're taking swabs off of everything.
Okay.
So what they want to know is, have you ever loaned anything out that we've taken? And again, I just told you what we took. I realized that, but mostly some of the major items that, have you ever loaned them out for a significant time? Because if, for example, my buddy's fuel pump went out in the street.
just so you guys know, the lab didn't ask them to do any of this shit. So we're sitting, like, I listened all day to the DNA. Only one person from the lab testified that had anything to do with testing of anything, because that's how they do it in Indiana. Okay. She never once testified that, yeah, I worked with the Indiana State Police and was telling them that these are the questions I need you to ask this man. Just so we're clear. Did not happen.
Truck. She said, hey, can I borrow your old truck? And I said, yeah. She said it's going to be 2 weeks and that being 5 or 6 months. That would be a significant time frame. That my buddy's DNA would be in that truck.
Yep.
Is there anything that you've loaned out for besides your family members? We don't care about your wife's
Not that I
DNA.
can think of.
You never loaned a truck out, or your sorry, it's a Ford Focus. Is that what it is?
I mean, if I do, I certainly don't remember. Most of my family has vehicles, so extra vehicles.
Yeah.
So.
The same thing like my son. He sometimes will come over and leave his coat, and I'll wear it for a couple months or something like that.
Okay.
Or my son-in-law, he'll spend money on guns. He's a gun freak. He likes to buy guns, and then he'll be like, "Hey, can I borrow $500?" And then he'll give me one of his guns as collateral, and then when he gets the money back, anything like that you know of?
Yeah.
So,
What a cheap ass you are, Jerry. You make your fucking son-in-law give you collateral. You fucking of a $500 borrow. Yo, bro, you're gonna have to give me some for collateral. What a fucking douchebag.
I'll let the lab know that. That's one of the big things.
Hey, Jerry, you're cheap. You're cheap.
And then, like I said, some of the tests are already back.
Mhm.
I do want to talk to you about one of the tests
Mhm.
that we got the results back. Oh, the other thing is, any of these knives or the gun, did you have that the day that you recall having that with you on the day of the 13th when you were out there on the bridge?
Mm-mm. No.
You don't remember if you did or you didn't?
I didn't. I just went for a short walk that day.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll get to the meat and potatoes of this, Rick. I appreciate you being cooperative with me. I want to talk about the results of your handgun. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Literally, he can't even do his job. I don't think within 4 minutes. He's like, these tests take time. 4 minutes. Okay, I want to talk about the results of this test. Okay, Jerry.
so handguns, as you know, probably you may know more about them than I do. I don't know a lot, but they're very specific as far as the characteristics of the gun. So the firing pin is different from your firing pin. Extraction device is different from my extraction device, and they're basically what the lab has told me is that they're like fingerprints.
Mhm.
They're specific to that gun and that gun only.
Okay.
So we took your gun, your 40 cal SIG, and we sent it down there to the lab to have it match with an item that we located on February the 14th when we found the girls.
Okay.
And that item was a 40 caliber Winchester round. We found that at the scene.
Okay.
The extraction marks on that round
Mhm.
match your gun.
Perfect.
So
This is okay.
just hear me out. I'm just
I
trying.
am.
So this is the round. Okay. Those are the extraction marks. That's the best picture of them. There's actually 3 of them. That's the same round that we found. Okay. And like I said, the methodology that they use is scientific, and they're telling me, and this is the report. You can read it if you wish.
I don't need to read it.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to help you. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
The prosecutor and the other investigators, they want to see you lock you up, throw away the key. I don't
This
think
is
you're.
ridiculous.
Listen to me for
Okay.
He just says, "This is ridiculous." He literally
2 minutes. Let me explain this to you. I'm on your side. I talked to you a little bit out there on the scene. I know you mentioned a couple times you don't want to be the fall guy for this. You also mentioned to me the other day when I was telling you, hey, I want to check the property out, make sure there's no damage, and you said, doesn't matter, it's over. You made comments like that to me that really concerned.
it doesn't matter. It's over. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's over. If you listen to the first interview, you know what he means by that. It's over in terms of you brought all these cops out to my house. All these neighbors are seeing all of this. You've already ruined my life.
Me.
Sure.
Right. It's concerning.
And what I mean by it's over is that you've already started something here that there's no backing out of. So you've done, the damage is done, I guess is what I'm saying. That's what I would have been referring to.
Okay, and I agree with that. We have started.
Does that make sense? I mean, you've already started to do this. The damage is already done to my family and ours reputation.
This we've been working on this for a long time, and all the evidence is clearly indicating you're involved in this. And listen to me, Rick. I don't believe you should be the fall guy, but all the evidence. You say you're out there. We have witnesses out there. We have your vehicle. We have experts. We have experts that say that's you on the video and that's your voice on the video.
Okay.
Not true. Not a single person testified to that. Never.
Experts, not me. I'm not an expert.
Not a single person on the stand testified to seeing Richard Allen out there that day. Not a single expert testified to that's Richard Allen's voice.
Okay, and now we have your round at the scene, not on the bridge. You said.
Okay, so this is where I absolutely lost my mind when I listened to the juror, and she wants to say that they didn't believe that the bullet was Richard Allen's. And I'm like, how then do you not say not guilty? Because that's your only physical. I mean, there was no DNA of his anywhere. If you're throwing the bullet out, what the fuck? But yet you're going to go ahead and say the bridge guy's Richard Allen? And so if anybody was, and this gets to be retried, if the jury is going to associate Richard Allen as bridge guy, and when you started feeling that type of way and you saw that that's how they're presenting their case, if Richard Allen is bridge guy, then you must convict because bridge guy is the killer. Okay, so that's right there where you would bring in my opinion, they open the door to talk about then Ron Logan. Okay, period. I don't know how that wouldn't be, but you need to show that Ron Logan is bridge guy. Because then now you're going to eliminate the jury from saying that bridge guy is the killer, okay? Or then you're going to be saying that it's freaking Ron Logan. Or you have now, oh God, Ron Logan is reasonable doubt. Who the fuck is it? And the girls were found on his property. Now you're leaning more towards,
Said you're on the bridge.
I don't even know how my bullet would have gotten out there if that's my bullet.
It's without a doubt that this is very scientific. So let me show you a picture.
It's without a doubt. So then you hear this all, if you're the jury, you're hearing this. It's without a doubt. You know tactics, right? And Holman had to tell the jury that, yep, I lied to him about all of this. So then how is the jury not writing this down in their notebooks because they hear this testimony? That they are lying to this man.
Picture this round where it was found. That's the round right there. It hadn't been out there very long. That is Liberty's foot. It's within 6 inches of one of the dead girls' bodies.
There's no way.
There is.
I'm telling you, there's not.
How did that round get there, Rick?
I don't know how the round got there. What I'm telling you is, if that is truly what you're saying it is, it's not my round.
The scientific experts are saying, I got a report saying that round came from your gun.
Okay, but understand this.
You were on the bridge.
I told you I was on the bridge.
Listen, right now, like I said, I got a prosecutor and investigators ready to lock you up. And if you don't give us a narrative, if you don't tell us your side of the story, there's 2 sides to every story. Hang on.
Okay.
I'm trying to help you.
I get that.
The media is going to portray you as this monster, and you don't want your wife.
And it's already going to get there anyway. So
yeah. So this is your chance to tell us exactly what happened.
Unlike some people, most people, I care what people think about me, and
then you do.
You've already set that ball rolling.
Yeah, but there's only one way to get out in front of it, and that's to tell the truth. What happened that day?
I can't tell you what happened that day.
You can tell us. There's no doubt in my mind that the evidence clearly indicates that you're involved in this. Are you the mastermind behind this? I don't know.
Mastermind, okay.
Did somebody else set this up? I don't know, Rick. I want to know. And only you know. The truth will set you free. That's it.
Yeah.
The truth will protect you from the...
Well, that's what I would have thought.
Well, tell the truth. Tell me how this round got next to one of our girls, in between both girls.
I don't know.
You do know. And if you don't tell me, you're going down for this.
Okay.
I'm serious. This isn't a joking matter.
I'm not joking.
This
you realize what you've done to me? This is like, you've talked to the people I work with. You've talked to my neighbors. I've got anxiety. I got all kinds of stress and depression. And one of the big things is you can not even think something about me, but if I think you think something about me, it bothers me. And that's already done because people out there already know that you think I did something.
I don't think.
And I didn't.
Okay. Rick, I don't think that. The evidence clearly indicates that you're involved.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were in my seat and I had you saying you're out there, witnesses saying you're out there at the same time the girls, and now after a search warrant of your house, we find a gun, your gun. You own that gun, right?
I do.
When did you buy it?
Oh my gosh. I don't even remember.
2001. I'll check for you. I know a lot of the answers to the question I'm going to ask you, but I'm just trying to give you the opportunity to be honest. That's why I asked the question. So you bought it in 2001 in Peru.
Okay.
And I asked you if you ever loaned anything out. I gave you scenarios. No. So that's your gun. Either you had that gun or somebody had that gun. There's no way that round gets on that property where these 2 girls were killed without that gun being there. And you're there, your car's there, witnesses say
there is no way a round from my gun was anywhere near the girls, the bridge. It just didn't happen.
And listen, we're trying to help you. We're trying to help you prove.
No, you're trying to accuse me of murdering 2 of calm me down. You ask me a few questions. You ask me what I'm wearing, and I tell you what I think I was probably wearing that day, and then you try to say that I'm saying that's me in that picture, and it's not.
You don't have to say that.
I'm done.
Well, I have a warrant for your
I know you
DNA. For your DNA first. What do you think I have a warrant for? You know I have a warrant. What?
I figure you're going to arrest me. You obviously think I done it. The damage is done. Go ahead and do what you're going to do.
Well,
This doesn't just go away.
I know.
Exactly.
The only person I think can explain all this is you, and you're not explaining it to me.
I don't know what it is you want me to explain.
How anybody can think that this man is guilty off of these, like, it blows my mind. How the jury, I saw this and I was like, the jury is going to see what he was like then, and then to see what they did to him and what he looks like now and how he is. This is an absurd.
What were you doing on the bridge? How did your round get?
This is why they needed this confession so goddamn bad. Because they had nothing. And they had to fucking torture him to get the fuck out of him.
There. And why did you kill these two girls? Or why were you involved in this? What was your involvement?
I had no.
I don't think, listen, Rick, I don't think you're the one that killed them. I don't think you're the one that stuck the knife in them. Are you?
I
Were
didn't
you
do
that
that.
guy?
Really?
Are you? I'm asking
No.
you.
Anybody that knows me knows I could never, even if I wanted to, do something like that. That's
Then
not
what
who I
happened?
am.
Then what happened?
I can't tell you. How do you expect me to tell you? You want me to make up a story and
No, the truth. The truth is simple. You don't have to make that up. You just go back and tell me the truth.
I
You can't
told
tell me
you.
that this event has not been weighing on you for years and years and years. You're out there.
I told you that. I don't know what you want me to do at this point. I did not murder two little.
I've been so nice.
Oh,
to you.
let's see.
I've been so nice to
Oh,
you.
yeah, you're being nice. You're trying to get me to confess to something I had nothing
I'm
to do
trying to
with.
get you to tell the truth. I'm not trying to trick you. I've drawn out what we have. Most of it.
You assume it's the truth, and it's not.
It has to be the truth. The scientists don't lie. The science doesn't lie.
That's awesome.
It's saying that round came from your gun.
I don't understand all that. All I'm telling you is there's a way that a round from my gun, the one that you took from my house, ended up next to a murder scene or anywhere else. I don't know where you got that bullet. If it came out of my gun,
Right there. That's the
then
round.
it didn't come out of my gun.
That round was
Then it
collected.
didn't come out. It didn't come out of my gun.
Rick, that round was collected on the 14th of February, 2017.
Okay.
It's been in evidence ever since.
Okay.
All right. And we've compared other weapons to that.
I understand what you're saying, but I can't explain it. I'm just telling you that if that was next to a murder site or anywhere near it, it didn't come out of my gun. And I don't know where you would have got one that did come out of my gun.
Right there. It was there. It was found.
Okay.
And I don't think you realize the severity of this. You realize the death penalty is on the table for this?
You know what? I don't really care about living at this point. I've dealt with not wanting to live for 7, 8 years now. It's been a long fucking battle. And with what you guys have done to me, kill me. I don't give a fuck. You'll make my wife rich.
Is that
So
what she wants? Is that what your daughter wants?
they don't want any of this to even be happening.
Well, it is.
Exactly.
I can't turn this back.
Exactly.
You were there. You're there.
Yeah.
Experts say that's you on the video. The
Okay.
experts are saying you said down the hill to the girls. Experts are
Nobody.
saying all this. That all the evidence indicates you were out there. The witnesses saw you. The witness saw
No.
you. You said you didn't see anybody else on the bridge, but there was a girl that walked up, a lady that walked up and saw you on the platform, right?
Okay.
You didn't see her, and then right after that, these two girls that end up dead. Minutes later, walk by her, and she looks back and sees them passing you. You're the
That
last
did
person
not
to have
happen.
contact with Abby and Libby. Your weapon, your gun out of your weapon is
I've never contacted Abby and Libby. I've never even met them.
that day. Why? Who
I
said that?
didn't.
That's all I want to know is the truth. You're not willing
I
to.
told you the truth. Do what you need to do.
Well, let me get I have the warrant here for your DNA, and then let me send.
I'll never understand this as long as I live. You decide you want to be a cop, right? You decide you want to be a cop, and you decide you want to be a detective, right? And that has to be instinctual for you to want to help people. And when things are off, like something is off here, what's going on? Like I would be if I'm truly Jerry Holman, I really, you guys, this isn't something's like this guy, all the things that are going on here, he doesn't seem like he's the guy that did this. Okay. None of that is out of these guys, except for the people clicking them. I'll never get it.
Step out and see. And they'll come in and swab you with it.
That's fine.
Well, I'm trying to help you, but all right, I think they got the warrant, so hang on 1 second.
Juror 6 was that person, and I thought he was going to hold on, and then they isolated him.
All right, this is a warrant right now we have for to collect your DNA. Vito's going to do it.
Okay.
I have to read it to you. To law enforcement, reference DNA standard, vehicle swab. You're hereby authorized and ordered in the name of the state of Indiana to take a DNA standard of Richard M. Allen by vehicle swab. So basically, just swab the inside of your teeth.
Okay.
Compare that to any DNA that we have. Okay. You are further ordered to means necessary to seize Richard Allen.
Okay, so when I was in the courtroom, I thought to myself, at this point, what were they going to compare this to? Because at this point, you know, the lab knows what they have, right? The lab knows if they have mixtures. The lab knows if they have isolated male DNA, right? Because this has been such an old case, so the lab knows what they have and what they don't have, to know what they're going to compare this to. So my question is what was this going to be compared to? What unknown male single source DNA was at the crime scene that they were going to compare this to?
And to take a vehicle swab, you're being cooperative, so we don't have to worry about that. But if you weren't, we could get it in as necessary. To compare evidence of the crime. You're furthermore ordered to seize such copy or any part thereof found on such search, and that you bring the same, or any part therefore with before me to be disposed of according to law. So basically, we take it, we can't dispose of until the judge says so. So we'll keep this. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you have anything in your mouth?
No.
No. Sorry, turn it away from me. Just everybody.
Just turn the mic.
All right, open your mouth.
And so for everybody that does not know this, none of that, so they got his DNA, none of it comes back to being, I mean, nothing, not even a potential. He has no DNA at that crime scene. None. Wild then I would see that there was all these mixtures and they got unknown female DNA and that didn't even have to do with the hair. That was separate. Nothing. You don't think that he would have sweated at all and landed anywhere?
Well, ball's in your court, Rick.
Thank you.
You just took my DNA.
You just took my DNA, baby.
So what you were telling me out there, it's over, huh?
What?
The damage is done. I don't know.
I'm sorry that you think this is funny. You keep laughing. Maybe it's just a nervous laugh. I don't know, but I'm trying to help you.
A nervous laugh.
Yes.
He thinks you're a
Why
joke.
why is all this evidence clearly indicating that you're involved?
I can't tell you that. And what you're talking to me about is a bullet that was found by the murder scene next to.
It's more than just that.
What?
You have to listen to me for just 2 minutes straight. Just forget about everything else.
He needs this confession so goddamn bad, man. Jer.
Okay. The girls have a video of you. Experts are saying without a doubt that is you
Lies.
on the bridge. That is your voice. How they do it, I don't know. I'm not an expert.
Okay.
That's what they're saying. We have 5 witnesses that see
5 witnesses.
you out there on the bridge with the girls.
Don't see that.
With the girls.
Right? Why don't we see that?
Every single day they would have walked into CVS. Not a single one of these witnesses. Just so you know, none of this is true. He admits to the jury that he lied. Okay. But he's working at CVS. You're going to tell me all these people that live in that town, right, that are law enforcement that live in that town, going in and out of CVS as often as they would have, because I've been to Delphi. That's where you go. There's nothing else. It's fucking right there. It's the fucking smallest place I've ever been in my life. You go in there and you would have seen this man how many times, and none of you fucking awesome detectives and Popo over there thought to yourselves, that looks like Bridge Guy. Fuck out of here. Pathetic.
I'm not lying to you.
Because it didn't happen.
It did happen.
There could have been somebody that seen me that I didn't see. What I'm telling you is they didn't see me anywhere near the girls or anybody else because I wasn't around anybody that day. So I'm done answering. Like, I know you're trying to trick me into saying
I'm
that.
not tricking you.
Like, I don't care how stressed out I get. I'm not going to fucking admit to something that I had nothing.
Holman didn't get orders from anybody. I was in that courtroom. That motherfucker was celebrating and hugging and kissing and raising up Nick McClellan after the fucking guilty verdict. That guy was sweating so many bullets because of this. He knew his fucking dick was on the line with how all of this shit went down. And he needed that guilty verdict because of all this shit he did.
Nothing to do with.
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm not trying to trick you.
I didn't kill him.
Listen, I have a full hand of cards here. I'm not laying all my cards on the table.
Okay.
I'm telling you bits and pieces, hoping that you will realize that without a doubt, we have you out there at the time of the murder. It clearly indicates that you're involved in this. Clearly.
It does not. There is nothing that you could have that's going to indicate me because I wasn't out there.
And you don't think that you're around like 6 inches away?
I know that a round from my gun did not end up at a murder scene.
You're wrong.
Okay.
And the proof is right here.
I don't believe it. I mean,
Well, you're going to.
I'm not.
You said you didn't want to be the fall guy. You're being the fall guy because you won't give us your side of the story. The
I
truth.
don't care.
Boom, right there. That right there. What do you want, Jer? What do you want? You think he was a lookout, right, Jer? And you want him to cough up some other people? Think about it. What is he? When I thought about this, and then, and even more so now, Jerry wasn't looking for a confession, in my opinion. At this, he was looking for him to cut a deal and give other people's names up. What if he would have said that? What if he would have been like, yeah, I didn't do shit, but this person.
You should.
None of it was true.
You're not going to prove I did something I didn't do.
You're exactly right. We're not. We're going to prove what you did. Your involvement in this.
You're involved in this. You hear that? You're involved in this. These fucking assholes lying to the jury and acting like that they say, oh, only one person does. They never thought that. They had to lie to this jury, man. They lied to this jury. This is evidence that this is proving that they lied to this jury. Like, I'm even talking about, like, at court to talk that they never thought that it was more than one person.
Involvement. What was my
You
involvement?
tell me. You were there.
What was
And
my
I told you
involvement?
I had nothing to do with it. I told you I never even seen
I
it.
wasn't there. I'm not on video. 4
Neither
witnesses
am I.
didn't see me. 4 or 5 witnesses didn't see me out there, and I can.
Me either.
And my round wasn't.
Me either.
My gun wasn't 6 inches away from a dead girl's foot.
Mine either.
I'm telling you, you're living in this world,
Okay.
and I don't know why. I'm showing you some of the evidence that we have. And I'm giving you the opportunity to give your narrative, because if you don't, they're going to make it up. And you know, as the media,
They're going to make it up. Do you understand? He is telling us that we're going to make up this narrative. And trust me, the media, they're going to eat it up because that's what we do. We tell the media, mainstream media, what we want to tell them, and then they go and push our narrative. That's how it works here in the United States of America. You didn't know that yet? That's why what YouTube has truly provided the United States of America, as well as other countries, is literally that we can actually prevent that. We have a way to stop that. It's fucking disgusting.
Not even media. Media is mild compared to social media.
Sure.
It's going to portray you as this monster. Are you a monster?
They're already going to do that. You've already talked.
He wanted to say that social media was going to portray him as a monster. No, social media came and attempted to save this man. The media crucified him. Mainstream media.
The media, not even media. Media is mild compared to social media.
Sure.
It's going to portray you as this monster. Are you a monster?
They're already going to do that. You've already talked.
When you get arrested for
It
this?
doesn't even matter because I actually care about what people think.
Yeah, you do.
I said I do. I actually care about what people think. That's why.
So do I. That's
You've
why
already done the damage. How am I supposed to? Never mind.
No, please talk to me.
I just
Clear this up in my head.
I just don't know how I'm supposed to act like this never happened.
You can't. You can't.
I'm not saying the murder. I'm saying
That's exactly what you're saying. Your conscience is trying to tell you this is the day. This is the time. This is the time to get out in front of this, Rick. You made a mistake. You got in the middle of this. You got in the middle of this. You cannot explain all the evidence away. And you're saying, oh, that's not me. I'm just telling you what we have, some of what we have.
Okay.
And we're still working on other things.
Okay.
You don't got shit.
Please.
I'm not going to tell you I did something I didn't do.
I don't want you to say.
End of story.
I appreciate that. What did you do? What is your involvement? Who else? I have 100 different questions, but if you're not willing to tell the truth, it's a waste of your time and mine. And you're going down for something that you have maybe some involvement in. Maybe this is all you.
Where's this guy that's saying that I helped him?
You tell me. I'm not saying it. I didn't ever. Did I say today that
You're saying that I was involved. Well, if I didn't do it, but I'm involved, what are you saying? If you got somebody saying I helped them do it, they're fucking crazy.
They're fucking crazy.
I never said that. Did I? I just said you're involved. What is your involvement? Is that a theory that some people may have? That
I don't know.
I just.
You guys. This is why I came out after this day, and I was like, the jury, they needed to the prosecution was getting crushed. The prosecution was literally getting crushed. Day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I was reporting on that. I was reporting how the certain days were just like, bam, like the jury's seeing stuff like we're watching 12 people react to this. Okay. How could we all get it all wrong about how the jury's reacting? No. And then that's when they had to go and fucking do what they did. Bring in this bullshit about this fucking van and the goddamn lies about that.
I just want you to tell me all the truth. I just want you to be just completely honest with me.
If you're going to arrest me, arrest me. I'm not talking anymore. This is ridiculous.
I just thought maybe you would appreciate my effort to help you. I mean, apparently you don't, because after today, I can't help you.
I understand that.
You do understand that.
I don't need your help.
God, I loved that when I heard that in that fucking courtroom that day. When he said, I don't need your help. I loved it. God, I loved it.
You need help. You don't think this?
Yeah, you need help because we fucking cooked you good here, buddy.
Any of this is important?
I think that nothing that you have is going to show me anywhere near the murder of 2 little girls. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, we do have that.
You don't. It's not possible.
It is possible.
Whatever.
Like, just.
Well, I apologize.
I've already been dealing with bullshit, having to worry about what you said to my neighbors, what you said to the people I work with. That's more than I want to deal with. I'm not going to sit here and do this.
Okay. All right, sit tight.
All right, sit tight. So what'd they arrest him on? Well, let's see. We got the last one here. And this is when Jared comes back in and says, let's see, part 2.
story.
I know I wasn't in there. Could you just give me? You don't want to talk about that. Okay.
What
What
about any of it?
Okay. What I failed to tell you too is the witnesses saw a gun in your pocket.
No, they didn't.
You're saying you didn't have a gun?
Oh. He comes back in with this shit. Oh, whatever. That's it. Nobody testified to this. Okay. So here you have the jury that gets to find out after hearing this that Jerry Holman's lying about all of this. And I'm over here saying, okay, how is the jury not going to see that they threw everything at this man and he didn't move, didn't budge off of him being completely innocent? Disgusting. These jurors should I don't know how they're sleeping.
I'm saying I did not have a gun.
When you were out there. And you told me earlier no one borrowed that gun?
I probably never would have let somebody borrow my gun.
Probably wouldn't have, but I'm asking you, did you?
No.
Okay. And again, I'll try to clarify this earlier. You and I both know I'm not a scientist, and you're not a scientist.
Shut the fuck
But what
up.
the scientists are telling me is this extraction mark is like a fingerprint. It's unique to the gun. I told you that earlier. You understand that. It's not unique to that type of gun. It's unique to that specific gun. Just like your fingerprint. If I have a fingerprint, my fingerprint, your fingerprint, and I got a fingerprint at the scene, we match that fingerprint. It's significant to one person. No fingerprints are alike.
And what I'm telling you is there is no way that a bullet from my gun ended up at a murder scene.
And we've been working on this for over 5.5 years. We get a search warrant for your house, find your gun, because we were told when we found that round that it had 3 extraction marks on it. And without a doubt, they would be able to match that extraction mark to the gun, not type of gun, the gun. And we've taken multiple guns down there, and they have not matched to those extraction marks. Your gun done.
And what's great is that the jury saw both sides of all of this crap. And the jury is like, yeah, no, we don't think that it's his gun. And I'm just like, how the fuck then are you not saying not guilty? Because then the question would be is, whose bullet is it if it isn't his? Like, what is wrong with you people? What do they do in that fucking jury deliberating room?
Us 100% without a doubt. It's in this certificate of analysis. The scientists say that the marks on that gun are match your gun.
And I'm telling you, it didn't happen. I didn't shoot anybody. I've never even pointed a gun at
I'm
anybody.
not saying you shot anybody. I'm saying a fully intact round from your gun is on.
Do you understand? So he has nobody knows how the girls were killed, right? You understand this because Delphi never let it out on technically on how the girls were killed. Were they killed by a gun? Were they suffocated? Were they? The police never came out like they did in the Kohlberger case and say in the Idaho case and say that it was a sharp edge weapon and a knife, blah blah blah. Totally, and they screwed themselves by doing that. But so here, think about this. He has no idea how these girls were murdered. He thinks, when I'm about to press play, he thinks that they were shot. It's unbelievable. Showing in how innocent this guy is.
And I'm telling you, that's not possible.
It is.
It's not.
How's it not?
Because I wasn't there.
You were there. You said you were there.
I told you I was on the trail. I didn't tell you I was at a murder site.
This round is telling me you were there. You didn't.
I don't care what it's telling
you
you.
didn't lend your gun to anybody. I asked you that. Did you?
I'm done answering questions. Just arrest me. I'm done.
I'm trying to help you, Rick.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm not going to sit here and tell you something that's not true so you can feel better about this.
I already feel
awesome.
Okay.
I feel good about what the experts are telling me.
Okay.
I feel good about the scientific evidence. I feel good about the witness statements. I feel good about everything.
He's so full of shit. I feel good about everything. Then arrest the motherfucker. Throw your dick on the table. Arrest him. You feel so good.
I don't feel good about is you being a fall guy for anybody or everybody or anybody involved in this, if that's possible. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you did do this all by yourself. And that's exactly, I know you keep snickering at that, but that's exactly what's going to be portrayed of you. You're this evil monster.
He's snickering at it all. Not that. He thinks you're a fool. And now, thank you to the world gets to see what a big fucking fool you are, Jer.
It was just hunting for 2 teenage girls so you could just go down there and terrorize them and kill them, and that's not true.
Or we get to all see how bad you suck at your job because he's so guilty, right, that you couldn't even get him to confess. That's how shitty you are as an interrogator. Either way, both fail.
Is it?
I told you.
You and I both know that that's not true. You and I both know what happened. The evidence clearly is indicating. Now there's some missing pieces, and I'm going to find those missing pieces.
Okay.
And it would be easier if you helped me find those missing pieces.
Oh my God. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I did something I didn't do.
I don't want you to. I told you that.
That's exactly what you want me to do. What else would you want me to do but tell you I did it? And I'm not going to because I didn't. I've never been around those 2 girls in my life.
You were on the trail that day.
I was on the trail that day and I told you
And
that.
they walked right by you, according to witnesses.
No, they didn't. I never even seen them. Like, I think I'm going to see somebody if they walk past me. Am I not? I'm not saying somebody didn't see me that I didn't see. All I'm telling you is I never seen those 2 girls.
And why didn't you report this day one?
He
Report
did.
what?
That you were out there and you saw these 2 girls, you were in the area.
The very day that they came out and said that they wanted anybody who might have been out there to come in, that's what I did. I went down to the police station. I said, hey, I was out at the trail that
Did
day.
you want to?
Well, I obviously did, or I wouldn't have.
Did your wife encourage you to? Because she's talking
No.
to us. She's talking to us right now. And she's
I'm sure she is. And she's going to tell you there's no way in hell that I'd ever do this. So we're all good.
It's not what's going on, Rick.
You grasping for straws, Jer. You grasp for you.
Then I don't know what is.
I just wish you'd be honest. That's all I do.
Oh my God.
I
have been honest with you, and you obviously don't believe me.
I don't, because if this evidence wasn't there, I would.
Okay.
You don't believe this evidence is?
I don't.
We're not here.
There's no way possible.
We didn't.
There is no way possible that a round from my gun ended up at a murder scene. It's not possible. So something's obviously wrong.
Something is wrong.
Exactly.
We both know what's wrong.
I didn't do it. And I'm not going to sit here all day trying to convince you that I didn't do it. You obviously think that I did.
I'm not going to sit here all day and convince you that I think that you did do it, Rick. I'm just laying down some of the evidence that we have.
Okay.
And we're going to get more.
I don't think
And
so.
I'm only giving you the opportunity to get out in front of this. This is your opportunity. Like I said earlier, the truth is easy.
I've got nothing to get out in front of. I'm not going to tell you I did something I didn't do.
Okay.
Okay.
And I don't want you to tell me something that you didn't do.
Then stop asking me to.
I'm not. I'm just asking you to tell the truth about this day. I asked you to go back and rehash it and you wouldn't. Why?
I told you because I'm not going to, you guys are like trying to trick me into
I'm not trying to
doing
trick you.
something.
I'm not trying to trick you.
I told you what happened. You've already got it. There's no need for me to tell you
There's
again.
story.
Whatever. There aren't any. I don't know how I can make this any clearer. I'm not going to tell you that I had something to do with this.
Okay. And I don't know how I can make this any clearer. We have evidence indicating that you're clearly involved in this. And that's sad that you won't help.
Okay.
Because if that was your daughter out there, you would help some people out.
You're damn right I
You're
would.
right. But you don't, so.
Now it's Big Jer's getting heated up a little bit, you know? I'm like, oh, he's feeling it. He's feeling it.
Still waiting because it sounds like your wife's talking and she's being honest, so.
Okay.
Your wife's talking. Sounds like she's being honest.
She basically said, you can't believe you lied to her, so you lied to us too, but. So is there a reason why you have this round in your little keepsake box? What kind of ammo did you have for your SIG?
I don't know.
Blazer?
I don't know.
I'm telling you.
At that time.
At that time, you had Winchester.
Okay.
The round we found was Winchester. The ammo you had in your gun and for your gun at the time was Blazer. But this was a Winchester, it says right there, Winchester. Same exact type around.
We've been through this.
I know, I'm just giving you an opportunity. Like I said, your wife's being.
Please stop giving me
And she
opportunities.
says ever since 2017, she's saying that you didn't want to go. You wouldn't let her go on a search party. She wanted to help.
Oh,
And she's saying that,
I think I know my wife.
well, I'm just telling you.
My
Want me to
wife
bring her
always
in?
says some stupid shit
You want me
like
to bring her in and tell you?
I
She's
don't
telling the
care
truth
what you
about
did.
what happened. You didn't tell her, but you've lied to her for years is how she feels right now.
Okay.
Because, and your depression has gotten considerably worse since this incident, which is.
This has been going on for 7-8 years now.
But it's gotten worse since.
Well, it's gotten really bad.
I could see why. If I killed two girls, I
Oh my God.
would have depression too. I
Well,
would have mental issues too.
I'm sure you would.
Living with this.
I'm sure you would.
And that's why you are. Here's what I think, Rick. I don't know. Only you know, but here's my theory. You're out there. Maybe somebody set this up. Maybe they didn't. Maybe you're out there. Maybe we know you're out there. That's not a theory. That's a fact. We know you had a gun. Girls saw the gun in there. We know you have anger issues. Your wife told us before that you have some anger issues and you have depression and you have, those types of issues. And maybe these girls said something to you. I don't know. Maybe you said go down the hill, which we know. The experts say you said go down the hill. You get down there and they piss you off for whatever reason. You racked the gun. You didn't realize you racked that gun to scare them. And that round popped out. You didn't realize it. Because maybe do you carry that gun with a round chambered or do you not have it chambered?
When I carry it, I would have a round chamber.
So you're
but I
gonna
don't
have to
carry it
scare
very
it
often.
Well, you're carrying it that day because girls said. So if you have one chambered, and what I'm saying is if I have a round chamber, which I do, and I rack this gun right now around a fully intact round will pop out. Correct?
I assume.
Well, that's what's happened. And you didn't realize it.
Okay.
And that's why that round's there on the ground. Rick. And this is your opportunity. And you say that you don't want to do this and
Can you
that.
please stop giving me opportunities? I'm not going to sit here and tell you I did something I didn't do.
Okay, tell me
I'm
what
not
you
going to tell you I'm involved with something.
did. Tell me
that I
what you
wasn't
did do
involved
then that day. But help me.
with. I didn't
Help me
murder
say.
2 little girls.
What did you do?
I went for a walk on the trail and I went home. And I told you the details of the best I can remember of what I did that day and what the walk was. I'm not going to. This is ridiculous. I'm not going to just keep repeating myself.
Okay.
So,
But I'm not going to keep bringing up more evidence either. I mean, I can
Okay.
only give you so much. What about Ron Logan? Do you know Ron Logan?
mm-mm,
You ever been on his property?
mm-mm.
You don't,
Not that I know
you
of.
don't hunt. You say you fish?
We mushroom hunt. Yeah, I fish.
I'm just trying to figure out why that round from your gun would be out there. I'm giving you the
I'm not.
I know you don't want me to give you opportunities, but I'm giving you the opportunity. You never mushroom hunt on that side of that ditch? On 2000, or you weren't mushrooming, it was too early for mushrooms.
A little bit. It was just a seasonably warm day. So I went for a walk.
Okay, so I have a question here. How didn't the door get opened up by Jerry himself saying, "Do you know Ron Logan? Do you know Ron Logan? Who is Ron Logan?" Why wouldn't the defense ask Jerry Holman who Ron Logan is? You mentioned the name Ron Logan. If this gets played, how is this not opening the door to who Ron Logan is? This opens the door to Ron Logan and third party right there. Like, I'm sorry, but I believe Richard Allen, at the very least, is going to win on ineffective assistance of counsel. It's right there. God, why? Think about it. Why would Jerry Holman ask about Ron Logan? Why? Why wouldn't he say the name, Keegan Klein? Why wouldn't he say the name Bob Smith? Why Ron Logan?
Nobody had your gun that you know of.
I'm not answering that. I've answered it 15 times.
I mean, obviously, you would tell me if somebody did, because then that would put them there, not you. Because right now, you are already out there by witnesses, and you and I both know that realistically, the evidence doesn't lie. So
It obviously does.
if you
That's
did
what it's
know,
saying.
I think I think I know you well enough, maybe I don't, that if you did know someone had borrowed your gun or had your gun, you would tell us.
Of course I would.
Okay. So it's realistic for me to believe that you were the only one to have your gun. Excuse me.
I've answered that 15 times.
Okay. And you said 15 times. That's true. So like I said, I'm trying to help you. If you don't want me to help you, I won't. I'll leave it
I
now.
don't. That's fine.
What I'd like for you to do is tell me again what happened, because you didn't tell me. I watched the interview. I'm just trying to figure out why your round from your gun was 6 inches from those girls.
And I'm telling you, that's not possible.
Do you believe in science? Do you believe in?
I believe in science. I don't understand all of it.
I don't either, but if a scientist, a certified analyst, is telling you that this round came from this gun, specifically this gun, not this type of gun.
I get all that. I know what you're saying. And what I'm telling you is that bullet did not come from my gun if it was found at that murder scene or on the bridge or where, like, it didn't come from my gun is what I'm trying to tell you.
And I'm trying to
So
it did, and they're telling me it did. So now I'm trying to figure out who had your gun, and you're saying nobody did 15, 16 times, and who had a round from your gun. Did anybody have your ammo? I don't know. You explain to me. You try to explain to me why.
I'm not going to try to explain. I told you
You
that.
can't. You can't explain why your round is by this dead girl's foot.
Because it's not.
But it is. You
But
believe in
it's not.
science. You believe in analysis. You believe that our lab, that round's been in storage since the 14th of 2017.
I am telling you that any round involved in this whole thing did not come from my gun.
And I'm telling you, you're lying.
Okay.
Because I have evidence that it is.
You don't.
That's not evidence.
I'm telling you. Never mind.
Please tell me. I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
So sad.
I'm all ears.
I've got nothing to say.
Tell me.
I've got nothing to say. This is ridiculous.
It is. It's absolutely ridiculous.
So you're saying you didn't have the gun on the trail, so there's no way you racked it out there on the trail and somebody might have picked this round up?
What I'm telling you is I don't carry my gun. I carry my gun if we go fishing along the river, like night fishing. I carry my gun if we're going to go out and tromp through the woods mushroom hunting somewhere. That's about the only times I even carry my gun.
And you weren't mushroom hunting and you weren't fishing that day.
It was like February or something.
February 13th,
Okay.
2017.
You realize mushrooms don't grow that early,
Yeah,
right?
it's about May, right? April,
Probably
May.
around there.
That's what I'm saying.
Why would I be mushroom hunting?
I'm just saying, you weren't mushroom hunting, you weren't fishing, you're just walking on a trail. There's no way you would. I'm trying to figure out how that round got out there. If you're adamant that it is your round, I mean, you can't deny that. It's a round from your gun. Did you rack it on the trail? And
I didn't have my gun that day.
never racked it on the trail
I didn't have my gun that day.
ever, any day. You ever
Get
remember
outta
racking your gun
here.
on that trail?
No, I don't.
You ever remember racking your gun while you're mushroom hunting out there in the years prior? Do you ever remember racking your gun when you're fishing? Did you ever go fishing there?
Not usually, no.
Where do you usually go fishing?
Down at the dam.
Oakdale?
No, in town, the little creek.
Oh,
Deer Creek.
okay, Deer Creek. And you said earlier you don't shoot it a lot, so you weren't out there target practicing.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just
Looking him dead in the eyes the whole time.
trying to figure out how I got there. When you said you carry it when you're mushroom hunting and fishing, and obviously I know when mushrooms grow, and I know probably. I mean, you could go be fishing in February. Why do you carry it? Why would you carry your gun? I'm not a fisherman or a hunter. But why would you
Jerry.
carry your gun if you're out mushroom hunting?
Just because you're going to be out in the boondocks, you just never know who you're going to run into. Personal protection.
Okay. Or snakes or something like that, I guess.
I probably wouldn't shoot a snake.
You wouldn't.
I probably wouldn't shoot a snake. Like, Jerry, you're such a pussy. Oh, little man scared of snakes. Fucking A. So great. I love it right there. Richard's like, I wouldn't probably shoot a snake. Like, the fuck? Damn.
No,
I would. I hate snakes.
I'm not saying I like them.
I guess I'm quicker than a snake. I can get away maybe. When you do carry it, do you carry like a just on the hip, or do you carry it like one of those fancy holsters, or do you just put it in your pocket, or
It's got a holster.
Who puts a gun
Side
just in their
holster.
like a paddle
pocket?
holster like this, just clips, or does it go through the belt?
It goes through the belt.
Mine just slides on.
It goes through the belt or clip. I don't know. I'd have to look. Right off, I don't remember.
You just put it in your pocket.
And you said when you do carry, you have one in the chamber. That's how I carry mine.
Generally, yeah.
All right, let me see what the prosecutor has to say. I'm gonna call him real quick. Tell him what's going on, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
What do you want me to tell him?
I want you to tell him whatever you want to tell him. I mean,
The truth? I'll tell him the truth, because that's what I do.
that's your version of the truth.
No, that's what I do. I tell the truth. Jerry, the jury got to hear that. Just lying sack of shit. Dude, I mean, I left that day and I was like, holy shit. Like,
Because it's obviously not.
I'm not making it up.
It's obviously not the truth.
Do you think I'm making up that we?
the jury wasn't looking at him. You know, when people wanted, if jurors thinking, because after these assholes testified that these little peons from the prison were saying that he was faking this, okay? And it's just like faking this. This is the man you're seeing you're being interrogated. Okay? This is who this is. Night and day from like what then they get to see on these other videos. And it's just like, how do you think that happened? What was the jury saying to themselves when they saw these videos to be like, did you guys see him deteriorate like literally like that in front of our eyes? Like, this is who he is. This is him. And then these other videos and the stuff that he was doing, there is no, how you could say that he's faking this? Faking? Fake eating your shit? What? Disgusting that the jury could think that. It's like, how about you jurors couldn't even be sequestered for a fucking couple days in a goddamn hotel? You couldn't even stand it. Get the fuck out of here, man. You guys couldn't even take being sequestered in a goddamn hotel with nice ass bed and fucking got to still have your phones here and there and call your families. Unfucking believable. I want to know if any of the jurors had to leave their medicine at home and they couldn't have their meds.
Found this round, and
I don't know what you're doing. What I'm telling you is,
I'm not making this up. You and I both know. I'm not lying to you about anything. Everything I'm telling you is facts.
Okay.
I'm not trying to trick you into anything, Rick. I know you probably you said you watched Dateline and all these fancy shows. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just giving you some of the evidence that we have against you.
and I'm telling you that that's not possible.
Well, I'm not making this up. I showed you. I can't make it. This is a legal document.
A legal
Item 16
Any other evidence that
was identified as being psycho.
This is a legal document. What is he talking about? A lab report is a report. A legal document? The fuck? Go ahead and call the lab and ask them when they type up a report if it's a legal document.
In the firearm of item 314. Item 314 is your gun. Item 16 is the round that we found out there on the ditch bank next to Liberty's foot.
And
That round compared to your gun.
And I'm telling you that didn't happen. That
I'm
it's
telling
not
you this. I
possible.
don't. So you think I've just typed this up? You think I'm?
You're saying it happened. I'm not denying you're saying that. What I'm telling you is there's no way my bullet was found near a murder scene. It didn't happen.
And I showed you a picture
And I can tell you,
of a round, a Winchester 40 caliber round, right?
I've got nothing to work. Any other evidence that you have is obviously not going to point at me. I mean,
It is.
okay.
The expert witnesses, the witnesses, all.
The expert witnesses, nope. The witnesses, nope. Why didn't hey jury? Why didn't your big bad wolf Nick McClellan ask the jurors? Hey, did you see the guy that was out on the trails that day? Can you point him out? Where was that question? Why didn't you ask a single witness if they could point to the person that they saw that day? That never happened.
Of it.
I don't believe that.
But
Go ahead and call the prosecutor.
I'm just stumped here on what you think.
You are
I
stumped.
made this up.
What do you want me to tell you?
I want you to tell you how do you think I made this up? Do you think I just typed this up? This is an official document.
I never said you made it.
Now he's like it's an official document. It was a legal document. Now it's an official document. But your interrogation sucks because what do you want him to say? You think I just typed this up? Well, no, do you work in the lab? I know that you didn't type it up, but I don't know what you're trying to get out of that. Like, what you think I'm going to say about that stupid fucking piece of paper that you're throwing up here? Like, what did you think he was going to say about that, Jerry?
I never said you made it up.
I can't lie to you and say, hey, I have an official document right here saying that this exam was done on this round that we found at the scene. I can't make any of that up. That's what you're telling me.
Well, no. I've not once said that you're lying. I've not once said that you're making that up.
You're just saying
What I'm telling you is that there's no way that a bullet from my gun ended up anywhere near a murder scene. It just didn't happen. That's all I can tell you. I can't tell you any more than that.
And all I can tell you is we found this round back in 2017.
Okay.
Collected it, have compared other guns to it. Other guns have not matched. We've had it for over 5.5 years. Right, we get information. You're on the trail. We want to talk to you and say, hey, what's going on? Who'd you see? What'd you do? You kind of cooperate, but then we say, hey, we're looking for this and that. Did you let us look? Nope. Get a search warrant. We did. We got a search warrant.
Sure.
And we found this gun.
Yeah, and that's why I want to know how they got that search warrant. I want to know what judge signed off on that search warrant.
In
Okay.
your house that you bought in 2001, that the extraction marks, which is the analogy I got from the lab, is it's compared to a fingerprint. It's unlike anybody else's.
Okay.
Because these extraction marks, if they got my SIG 40, if I had a SIG 40, I have a 45 and a 9, but if I had a 40, it wouldn't match to my gun. And we've had multiple 40 caliber guns down there testing on other people that cooperated with us.
Okay.
And it doesn't match to their gun. So that's why I'm telling you why we're here. The one reason why we're here today is because your gun matches to this round that was found out there. I can't make that up. I'm not lying to you, Rick. I can't. That's unethical. I can't do it.
It's obviously what you think.
It's unethical. You are unethical, exactly. Okay. Also, the reason that this is continuing, you guys, is because he didn't say the magical words is, I want a lawyer. Okay. The reason that any of this is going on is because Richard Allen is allowing it to go on. Okay. All he has to say is, I want a lawyer. The moment that he says, I want a lawyer. Okay. But let me tell you how that has been embedded in the minds of people over the years. Okay. It's been embedded in the minds of people that when you ask for a lawyer, that's like, oh, you're guilty because you would ever ask for an attorney. And who do you think has embedded that in our brains? We need to do better jobs as parents, because I've already embedded it in my kid's brain that he is not to talk to any police officer if he's under the age of 18 without a lawyer. You're asking for mom, but you're going to use the words, I want my mom and I want our lawyer. Okay. It's very important. Because what's being like this whole stigma around asking for a lawyer means that you have something to hide or you're not going to cooperate. You cooperate through your lawyer. Even if you are a witness to something and you want to help, if you are a witness, I cannot stress enough that, and if you even want to start at the young age of like any type of authority, like a teacher, I want my mom, I want my dad there. Your kid is under the age of 18. No one is talking to my child without the parent present.
What I'm telling you is
It's not what I think, it's what the evidence is telling me. If I just thought, oh, I'm gonna make this story up, but somebody was out there and jacked around out of their gun, I can't make that up without the evidence that indicates it. Did they say anything to you about this round and about your gun the day they talked to you a couple weeks ago? No, because we didn't know.
Okay.
And then we collected all the evidence that we thought, we matched the evidence that we have and run the test on it, and the test says, ding.
And what I'm telling you is, and I guess I
can't deny this.
What I'm telling you is,
you're telling me that your gun and that round was nowhere near, and I'm telling you that the evidence indicates it is. Right? We're on the same sheet?
That's what you're telling me, yes.
And that's what you're telling me?
No.
What are you telling me?
I'm telling you that.
There's no way in hell that my gun and rounds out there. Go ahead, say it. Sorry, I won't interrupt you.
I'm not saying anything.
Because you know it's a lie. I can't make this up. That's what I'm saying. You and I both know. I can't make this up. I can't. This is a certified official document. I can't just type.
Now it's a certified official document. First it was a legal document. Then it was what the fuck was the other? Now it's an official certified legal. Damn, fuck out of here, Jer. He's referred to this to 3 different things. This piece of paper, this lab report that, I will say this. The only thing I wish that he would have read there is to just read it where he says, he would have seen that it is not, he would have read the things that it can't be excluded and shit like that. That's the only reason I wanted him to read that piece of paper, which I also recommend, but you would never be in this situation. Okay. I would like to cooperate through my attorney. That's how you ask for an attorney. Let it be known on the cameras, the recorder, that I would like to cooperate through my attorney. And I'm leaving. Like, just leave. Just leave. There is no more, everyone needs to stop thinking about like, do I have to be polite, or you're going to be yourself. And just like when we're a police officer, they're a stranger to you. Okay. Just like when you're at the grocery store. Can you imagine somebody at the grocery store coming up to you and asking you a bunch of questions? Like, you would say, what? Who? Like, you just start fucking telling the person in the grocery store everything about your life. And no, like, fuck no, you don't. That's not normal. I would like to cooperate, but that's going to happen through my attorney. And then you just leave. You don't say anything else. You literally walk right to the door if you happen to be here, but if you're outside somewhere, you get in your car, you leave. You don't even have to, like, I mean, I don't see why they had guns drawn on you or whatever, but you don't want to like run from the cops. So you say, if you don't have an arrest warrant for me, I'm leaving. You understanding that? So I'm turning my, this is why they need to teach classes, go back in school and in high school and teach this shit.
This shit up and say, oh, look at me, I'm lying to you, Rick. I'm trying to trick you into confessing to something you didn't do. That's bullshit. You and I both know I can't do that.
Okay.
So tell me.
You tell me. Tell me.
I think you're involved in this double homicide. That's what I'm telling you because of the facts.
I get that you think that. And I'm telling you I wasn't.
Okay. And if that's all it was, your word against my word, I would be like, okay, Rick, we'll see you later. But I got all this evidence that we can present to a jury of your peers that's going to say, wow, Rick did this. He won't talk to us, so we don't know what he is. He's just some crazy monster that chases around teenage girls and
There
wants
you
to
go.
torture them and do whatever. That's what they're going to say. And now your wife and your daughter and your friends and your family have to live with that.
Exactly. They already have to. You've already done the damage.
I didn't do the damage.
You certainly did. You and everybody else.
A round from my gun isn't down there.
I can't explain to you something that I don't understand.
I wish you could. I wish somebody could.
I certainly wish I could.
Let's sit tight. I'm going to find out what your wife's been telling the other detective. And we'll go down. Okay.
Okay.
I can bring her in here too. Let her tell you. Maybe she can convince you to tell the truth.
Maybe she can.
Christ. And if that's all it was, your word against my word.
You something that I don't understand.
I wish you could. I wish somebody could.
I certainly wish I could.
Let's sit tight. I'm going to find out what your wife's been telling the other detective. And we'll go down. Okay. I can bring her in here too. Let her tell you. Maybe she can convince you to tell the truth.
Okay, so this is that's mainstream media's version. Are you going to sit here and tell me that mainstream media, what version they don't? Hold on. Fucking mainstream media's version, cutting shit out. Fuck out of here.
Bag containing one pair of dirty or good boot size 7.5 millimeter. Wrong. I don't know why or what happened, but only one person can tell me, and that's you.
I can't tell you something that I don't.
Other than you think I'm making it up. The good people make bad decisions all the time. Good people get backed into a corner all the time, and I don't know what they did. Maybe I have a hard time believing they did something that I don't think anybody could do something to deserve to be killed over. But you know, if somebody gets angry and their medication isn't right or whatever, I'm on medication. If my medication isn't right, maybe I don't make the best decisions. You know, people that are drinking and doing drugs.
How does the jury hear that? How does the fucking jury hear about medications, hearing that shit, and then hearing the stuff about him being deprived of his, like, what is wrong with it? And when I say jury, people like you, me, what the fuck is wrong with people?
I'm not saying you do, but when people drink and do drugs or the medication's off, maybe they make bad decisions. Good people do it all the time, but good people get out in front of it and tell the truth and try to help, put an end to it. It's over. And she believes she doesn't think we're making any of this up. She thinks you're a good person. I think you're a good person. I just think something went wrong. I don't know why or what happened, but only one person can tell me, and that's you.
I can't tell you something that I don't know.
You
And I don't know how to make that any clearer.
You don't want to remember?
Oh my God, I didn't do anything. I didn't murder 2 little girls. I didn't help somebody murder 2 little girls. I wasn't involved in, what'd you say, scheming or whatever. I wasn't involved with these 2 girls in any way, shape, or form. Never even seen them before.
Well, I'm gonna let her talk to you a little bit.
Okay.
You guys can try to sort this out. Let me know whatever I can do to help. If you need more water or anything.
Okay.
You need another smoke break.
If you need another smoke break, when was the first smoke break?
I just feel like you're.
Okay, I never understood that. When did he get a smoke break? If you need another smoke break, When did they take a break where he like went and smoked? Oh, that Caroline, absolutely. This is why I think it should be taught in school. It should be taught to us like in school. Just like how they taught us, you know, how to cook, home economics and shit. This needs to be taught. Like we should be teaching this. Like what?
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
You.
Hmm?
I said, you don't know what to think.
It's tough.
It's not tough. It's bullshit.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
Do you have a valid explanation?
You want to know what's nuts too is why didn't they ask him, even though they're not admissible? Normally, what people ask you is, will you take a polygraph? Why don't you think they asked Richard Allen if he would take a polygraph? I know the answer to this is because he'd fucking pass, right? He'd pass. Like they didn't ask him to take a polygraph because he would have fucking passed. Just like they didn't ask Dan Moore if he would take a polygraph, but they're going to ask fucking one of the witnesses to take a polygraph. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And I get that they're not admissible, but the cops always do it and they always use it. Why wouldn't you ask him that, right? How about you just swiped him, got that DNA? What'd that come back to? A big fat nothing. Nothing.
All this. But you don't.
So I can't explain something I don't know.
All right.
This is so fucking wrong.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
I have Sheldon's interrogation. I'm going to fucking play it and compare it to the two.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. This is so sick. It's just so sick.
Yeah. It's all right.
I love Kathy Allen. We support her so much. Those jurors looked for her every single day in that courtroom every time I was there. Like they were out looking in the crowd and looking around for her. Okay. What I thought was so fucking unbelievable was that Judge Gall called out Kathy Allen about being late or something on that one day. And I'm like, who the fuck do you think you are to do that? She wasn't late. These people are just sick.
Babe. It's going to be all right. They're trying to tell me that you actually believe that I did it. And I just can't believe that.
Trying to figure out where there's a pool of down 30.
I know. You think I'm not? And that's what I told them. I can't explain something I don't understand. I tried to explain to him that there's no way that a bullet from my gun was at a murder scene because it didn't happen. I didn't even have my gun that day I went out. You know me. You know this isn't something I could do. And I know that you know that. You don't have to tell me that. I know. They really think I did this. And they want me to believe that I know you know I didn't do this. I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't know what they're trying to do here, but I'm not going to say something that's not true, and I can't explain something that I don't understand. The only way for me to explain it is that I don't know, because I'm saying it's not possible. There's no way that a bullet from my gun ended up at a murder scene. I didn't murder anybody. I didn't help somebody murder anybody. You know, I'm going to sit here and try to convince you. I know you know me. I know you know that I didn't do this, had anything to do with it. If talk about scheming or something.
Yeah, I don't know how did a bullet from your gun get out there?
I don't know.
Because they said it came from our gun.
Right there, she said, because right there, she said it came from our gun, which I thought was awesome when I heard that. Like, our gun, you know, them trying to make it just like your family, like, you know, if you have a gun, like our gun, not Richard Allen's gun, our gun.
I know that's what they believe me. That's what they're telling me.
But how did it get there?
I don't know.
And they're such fucking
You
liars.
said there was one in your box above your dresser that matched it.
They showed me that picture too. I can't explain it. And I don't.
I can't either. They keep asking me and I don't know how to answer that.
You
There's no
answer
way
it.
for me to know.
I understand. Me either. And that's what I'm trying to tell them. You want to keep asking me and I just keep telling you I can't explain it. I don't know how to explain something that isn't possible.
Great question there. Somebody said, did they show her? Yikes. Did they show her at the police station? We never saw that. I don't even know if they recorded it. That never was shown. I've never seen anything to do with anything from Kathy.
But I know, this is what I do know. I know that no bullet from my gun was connected with a murder in any way, shape, or form. And there's no way a bullet from my gun would have been near Abby and Libby's murder or anything else, because I never even seen those girls, period. And I didn't even have my gun that day. So that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know how to make that any clearer. I don't know how to make that any clearer. I don't know how to make somebody understand. I get what he's saying. I don't have a way to explain it.
And they're like, there's a witness that said it was you out there.
Dear, I don't
And
know
I'm
what.
like, how did they know it was you? So they said they showed her a picture.
Did you hear this? They said they showed her a picture. None of this is true. And so she's responding and reacting. So if you're a juror, when you find out that none of that's true, right? And they questioned Jerry Holman about this. So she's crying over something that's not true. Wouldn't you? Like, what's going on here? How could somebody be saying none of that's true? So you would cry about that. But she's not believing that it's true. She's like just stating like, this is what they told me. Because she's over here like, well, how would they know it's him? We showed him a picture and they said, yeah, that's him. You know what I mean? Like, that's how they didn't show anybody anything. They never put him in a lineup. That's the other thing that everybody should be asking themselves. Why wasn't there a fucking lineup? You have all these witnesses. Why wasn't he ever put in a fucking lineup? Because they knew that nobody would pick him. Just like they never ask any witness if the man that they saw that day, do you see him in the courtroom here today? Can you point him out? They didn't show anybody any pictures. They're telling Kathy Allen, we have a witness that said that was him on the bridge or whatever. And Kathy's like, what? How would they know that it was him? What are you talking about? Well, we showed that witness a picture of Richard Allen, and that they picked, and they said they didn't pick. They said, yeah, that's him. None of this happened. None of this is true. In court and in trial, they're seeing this. The jurors are seeing this. Then Holman had to be asked a bunch of questions, and he gets fucking eviscerated. He's fucking filleted. He's fucking handled. Okay, he looks like the biggest piece of shit. So the jury gets to hear the cross-examination of Jerry Holman about this. And you lie to him here, you lie to him there, you know?
But I'm like, of course you were out there.
If they see me out there, they see me out there, dear. And I told
Were you
them,
on the bridge?
I told them I was on the bridge. I went out to the first trestle.
Oh, okay.
That first
I don't
thing that,
remember you telling me that. You told me.
Okay, right here. Everyone thinks that this is so horrible. I don't remember you telling me that. It's been 5 years. It's been 5 years. I mean, going out onto the bridge versus like going right out to the, I don't know. I don't see the big like, woo, like I heard it that day and it was, I don't remember. And then she feels like then she feels like she told them something that wasn't true or something like that. That's what she's about to say.
I told you weren't on it, but I didn't.
I told that you weren't on it, but I didn't.
it doesn't, hon, you're not in any trouble. You didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Huh?
I didn't tell them right. She just means like, I didn't tell them right. Not that they have some story concocted. She just is like, oh my God, that I didn't tell them right. Like, again, if her interview was so damning, where is it? Why wouldn't they fucking show it? Okay. Where wouldn't you put her in a room and the recording be on and you have her interview? Where the fuck is that? I've never seen that once.
I didn't know you were on it. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it.
You told me you weren't.
Huh?
You told me you weren't, so I just was.
No, I told you that I walked.
Okay.
I love you, baby. I don't know what they're trying to do, but
I don't know what they're trying to do.
I know that that's not what I told you.
I know that's not what I told you. He was adamant about it. I don't know what they're trying to do. I know that's not what I told you. So he's over here, I believe, thinking that, are they trying to get my wife to have me confess type of thing? And I think that's why he says it just like that. I don't know what they told you. It seems like they're trying to get you to turn against me type of thing, you know?
I love you. They're not going to get away with this.
They're not going to get away with this. They fucking did. How does the jury see this? They're not. What type of guy says they're not going to get away with this? Not a guilty one. They're not going to get away with this. That's somebody who's fucking being so adamant of their innocence.
This is exactly what I would never want for you. And there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not going to say I did something I didn't do. I'm not.
Yeah.
And I know you know me. And I know you know that I would never do this. All I can say, hon, is you know me. I know, and I know you know me, and I know you. And what they're doing to you right now, I'm not okay with this at all. And they know it, but they're going to do what they're going to do. just sorry you're having to hurt. I'm sorry I'm having to go through it. I mean, it's like I told them, the damage is already done. You've already talked to people I work with, you talk to neighbors of mine, and I care about what people think. You know I care about what people think.
You know.
Because it always bothers him.
Hell, I have enough trouble not trying to believe that people think. Half the time I just think they think what I'm thinking.
That's what came out in court. He's always been like that. He's always thinking that when someone looks at him, is like that he's like, oh God, did I offend them? Like, oh my gosh, they don't like me. Oh my gosh, what did I do? You guys know those types of people that hamster wheel in their fucking heads. And like, should I have friends that do that? So I'm like, what are you doing? What are you thinking right now? Tell me what you're thinking so I can just like rest whatever the fuck's going on in your face. Like I could see it. I could see it in my friends sometimes. And I'm just like, yo, whoa, what's going on? What's the problem? Oh my God, Lana, you haven't called me in like a week or two. You know how many of my old mods, let me tell you a fucking story about these crazy ass mods. Oh my God, I texted Lana and, you know, I haven't heard back from him. Oh God, what'd I do? I'm just like, wait, what? Like, that's what you're thinking? No, I get like all these messages or I don't have my notifications on the Facebook world. Because otherwise my fucking thing would just keep dinging. But that's what was, and I'm just like, whoa, yo, like, I want people that have lives. And if you mod for me, it's because you come and go when you can and you're a mom or you have whatever and you have your life and this isn't some fucking pay. It was just really bizarre. But that's the first thing when I thought about Richard Allen's situation. I was like, damn, he's like them old school mods that I used to have. They're fucking psycho, crazy bitches sending me nudes, wanting to get in my pants to mod, but they're super straight women, very fucking strange behavior. And they never made it to mod world, but it was bizarre. Anyways, Boston, if you're in here, you know. Oh, these fucking damn mods. But these were people though that were trying to like they infiltrate my circle or whatever the fuck they thought they were doing, and I just put them all on blast. Fuck out of here, run around. Fucking, you guys know what I'm talking about. Hamsterland motherfuckers, okay? Thirsty fucks. All right. Yeah. Oh God, if you got one of these days, I'll do a live and talk about the shit that goes on, that went on behind the scenes in 2020 and 2021. I about said, dude, this is why I like this is why people need jobs. People need jobs. Like, girl, I don't care if your man makes a shit ton of money. You need to get the fuck up out of the house. What is wrong with you? Dude, I kid you not. Like, man, why don't we have a mod chat? Because y'all are crazy. We're not having no mod chat. Oh, fuck. Shit, the shit that was. And then when people would like, then you hear about other people's, they call them camps. And, oh, it was nuts. And then people would out everybody's text messages. Because then I just started showing, I was like, here, you guys want receipts? I have nothing. This is this person's message. Look at what they wrote. I cannot believe Lana would ever do that. Well, I cannot believe that you're going to lie. So I'm going to put your ass out on blast. You know what I mean? The fuck out of here. So that's when I was just like, yo, whoa. I'm here to do what I do and do it really well. Y'all motherfuckers can go live on some motherfucking freak ass island. But it was wild. Absolutely wild. But so right there, that's when Richard Allen, I was sitting in the courtroom and I'm just like, yeah, Richard, I know exactly what you're dealing with. My motherfucking, those mods that wanted to be mods, some of those ones that got the cook boot. I know that's five people. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about. I'm always worried about what Jory thinks or.
I know.
And they're trying to, talk about my anxiety and depression and shit. And, I tried to explain to them it's been going on for 7-8 years.
Yeah, Melissa Jade sliding in my DMs.
Hell, I've had my whole life.
Straight badge, sick shit. for the next Chris Watts scoop. Weird.
They want me to tell them that I did it.
Weird
And I'm
shit.
not going to. I'm not going to admit to something that I didn't do. How stupid is that? I don't care what they do to me. I'm not going to admit to doing something I had nothing to do with. And I'm not going to try to explain something I can't explain because I don't know. You tell me because I don't know. I just know that I never even carried the gun unless we were going mushroom hunting, tromping through the woods, or fishing along the river. That's the only time I even carried it for the most part. I never even would have, hell, I haven't carried my gun and I don't even remember a time when I used to carry it. I mean, other than going fishing, like we were going night fishing.
What happened to bullet get there, honey? I can't understand that.
I told you, I can't either, hon.
See, they're under this impression.
There's two explanations.
This is the only thing that she's like, because they're not, these two human beings aren't like fucking uneducated people. Okay. They're believing the police as in like this report says without a doubt 100% that gun is, that bullet's from this gun. That report doesn't say that at all. Okay. And they lied to Kathy. So Kathy's asking questions based off of these lies. It's clear as day, right? Because then we go to trial and these jurors say that the gun wasn't, or the bullet, we had no weight in that. We didn't believe that it was his bullet. And I about fell out of my chair. I said, did you not see Kathy Allen? That's all she cared about was that goddamn bullet. Because that's what they were trying to lean on to say that your husband did this sick shit.
One is the bullet didn't come from my gun.
It did though, honey. The ballistics on it.
I get that. Then it didn't come from a murder scene. I don't know what else to say.
It just doesn't, it didn't matter.
I get that. I get what they're saying. What I'm telling you is, if that bullet came from my gun, there's no way it was found with their investigation for the murders. There's no way. I can't explain something I have no answer for.
Speaking of friends, my friend just texted me and says, "Hi, Lovey. You're my biggest fan, so I put you down as a reference for this job." I said, "Okay, if that's what you want." Shit. Reference Lana.
They want you to think that I done it. That's what this is all about. They want you to come in here and make me believe that you think I did it, and I know you don't. You know me too well. You know I'd never do something like this, or even be involved with something like this. So they're probably going to come and take you away from me and go at me again. So just tell them you want an attorney.
Right there.
And they'll have to let you leave. Don't worry about me.
Right there. He clearly knows. Okay? Just tell them you want an attorney and they have to let you leave. When I heard that, I felt two types of way. I felt the way of, well, Rick, why aren't you taking your own fucking advice, right? But then I thought about the way of this. He's over here and knows that he didn't do anything. If I ask for an attorney, it's gonna make it seem like I'm guilty. But remember what he said, like this damage has already been done. Like, I believe that he thought that they were arresting him and he didn't do anything. I have nothing to hide type of thing, right? So it's not my gun, it's not me there. But he knows that ask for an attorney. Ask for an attorney. And they have to let you leave. But how anybody could take that to be anything negative, or that he's some narcissist or something like that. When people said that, I said, what? I said, what? I said, that's not what I take it all from that. If he's a people pleaser, he's trying to, at first he was trying to be there, be helpful to them, please them. Hey, I didn't do this. Like and you're not going to break me down. I know what you guys are trying to do. You're not going to break me down because I didn't do it. I'm not going to say that I did. And there's no evidence. I'm telling you, nobody could have saw me do anything because I didn't do anything. So I have nothing. Like, that's just, there's no playing minds, like tricks on my mind here. There's no,
I'm trying to, I don't know what they're doing.
Am I kind of shocked that Kathy didn't say, well, why don't we just leave and tell them that we're getting a lawyer? Because right there, it would have, if I'm in Kathy's position, does that jog my memory to say, okay, did you ask them for an attorney yet? Have you said that? Have you said that you want an attorney? Right? Like, or does Kathy know that this is being recorded, right? And she's not saying much, and because if they both watch these crime shows together, especially like Dateline, it's not some crime. Dateline isn't a crime show. It's true crime. It's not some crime show. It's true crime. It's actually stuff that happens to people, not up some made CSI 1 hour episode where they solve some fucking stupid case.
Yes, you do.
There is no way that evidence is going to show that I did
Right
this.
fucking here, Rick.
You got one piece of evidence
I've got
that I
multiple
can't explain.
pieces. Multiple. I'm not showing you my whole fucking hand here.
I don't care. I'm
You
telling
should
you I'm
care.
done talking.
And now you're going to drag your fucking wife and your daughter through this because you're too fucking bullheaded to get out in front of this and admit that you made a mistake. And whatever the fuck happened out there, we'll never fucking know because you're too big of a fucking bullheaded. Go ahead.
So tell you I did something
Tell me
that
the
I
truth.
didn't do.
The truth, Rick. I don't want to
I've
know.
told you the truth and you don't want to hear it.
The evidence tells me otherwise. The evidence clearly.
The evidence speaks to him, you guys. Just like Trooper Paul, the crime scene spoke to me. What does the evidence tell you? Like, what a little puss.
Kids are involved in this.
No, it doesn't.
It fucking does.
It doesn't. I'm telling you that there is no way that a bullet from my gun was used in these murders.
And I'm telling you that we had this fucking round on February the 14th, 2017. It's been secured in the fucking laboratory. And we've tested other guns.
I understand what you're saying.
I want her to hear this.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm telling you is I can't explain.
I want her to hear this. She's already heard it. What do you mean you want her to hear it? You guys communicate back there?
Something I don't understand.
Oh, the scientists
That's not
explained it
possible.
for you. The lab analysis of analysts have explained that for you. They're saying that this round, without a doubt, came from your gun.
No, it doesn't. And no, they didn't. That is wild. Without a doubt, came from this gun. And see, they must not watch crime shows really well because they should know right here. Wait, hold on. Scientifically, there's usually no, like, when you're talking about scientifically, wouldn't it just have like either included or excluded the gun? Let's see, that'd been my smart ass. Like, let me see that lab report.
You told me taking it from somewhere else then. Because it's not possible.
I did not take it from somewhere else. It was logged in. It was taken as photograph. You think we fucking went, stole your fucking round and threw it down by a fucking dead girl's foot? This ain't fucking TV.
This ain't fucking TV.
This is realistic.
I understand.
We collected
Dateline is realistic.
that fucking item on February the 14th. We didn't take it from anywhere else but that fucking scene. And we didn't take your gun from anywhere else. We took it from your fucking house.
I'm telling you, I can't explain something.
And I'm telling you, the fucking analysts explain it. You can't get past this.
Can you please let my wife out?
Absolutely. Come on, Kathy.
I love you, baby. Can I kiss her?
Yeah, yes. Do the right thing, Kathy. Tell him to do the right thing.
She knows I will.
Yeah, do the right thing. You're going to put your family through this for no reason.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that a jury could watch this and all this shit.
Motherfuckers.
He said, motherfuckers. This is where I was like, the jury has to see this. The jury, there's no way around this. This is an innocent man. You had to fucking torture him and put him in a fucking full max security, isolate him in prison.
What?
You're gonna pay for what you've done to my wife.
What am I
You
doing?
want to
What?
fuck with me, but you leave my wife out of this.
You hear that? You're going to pay for what you've done to my wife. You want to fuck with me? Fuck with me.
Fuck, leave me out of it.
No.
Fuck, leave me out of it.
You're involved in this.
He said, no, you're involved in this.
You're fucking around there, Rick.
No, it's
I can
not.
see you're getting pissed off. I
I
understand.
am pissed off. Did you not see my wife?
Did you not see these fucking two girls dead? No, that's what happened. You got fucking pissed off at them. You fucking dragged them down a fucking hill, and you fucking killed. Don't fucking tell me you didn't.
I didn't kill anyone.
Bullshit.
This is sanitized. There's
You're fucking upset for a reason, not because of us.
trying to
Because of you.
kill somebody.
You're trying to tell me that I'm not making this fucking round shit up, Rick. It is what it is.
I'm done talking. Arrest me.
Happy to. Be fucking happy to, because I tried to fucking help you and you wouldn't fucking do it.
Oh, you're helping me.
okay, so then that's
Guilty, and I know it, and I'm gonna fucking prove it.
Okay.
wait, you're guilty and I'm gonna fucking prove it. Well, with what? What are you gonna prove? I thought you already had it. I thought you already had the nuts. You're guilty and I'm gonna fucking prove it.
And I'm not paying for any of this shit. You're paying. This is on you. This ain't on me. It's fucking on you, Rick. You had your fucking opportunity. Fuck. Fucking
Unfucking believable. Shame on that jury. Shame on those motherfucking people. I am so pissed. Absolute bullshit. Absolute fucking crazy ass motherfucking. This is not the United States of America that I fucking live in. And then they take this man, put him under some alias name, keep him from his attorney, okay? Do all this shit without an attorney, then fucking ship him to a max security prison where then they have to fucking isolate him and make it seem like, yeah, he's a danger to himself. He's going to fucking do all these things, blah, 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 blah. You need to do all of that and then throw it in front of a jury to say, look at all these confessions he made. Confessions? Yeah, listen to his wife. He's just like, I did it. I did it. I killed Libby and Abby. I did it. Meanwhile, he's over there banging his head on the wall, eating his own shit. And people think he's faking that? After you see what type of a man he was, so then you go and you see that? Shame on those United States citizens that sat in that fucking jury well and fucking watched this whole trial and came back and said guilty. I hope each and every one of them sleep 1 hour a night for the rest of their lives. I get it. 2 girls were murdered and you want to get justice for them, but you don't go and say guilty on a guy that the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he killed 2 girls. And you definitely don't do it after somebody's been fucking tortured in a goddamn jail cell. You fucks. The jury saw all of this. The jury saw all of it. And then the jury got to hear the cross-examination of Jerry Holman, where he had to then admit to the jury that all of this was lies and that none of this happened. We didn't have these witnesses identify Richard Allen. They had to go physically through each one of those and say, this was a lie, right? This was a lie, right? This wasn't true. This isn't true. This isn't true, right? So how does the jury, after hearing all of that stuff, they did everything they could. They threw everything at Richard Allen, and he didn't budge. And this is what needed to be said in that closing argument that was not said. That they threw everything at him. And then they needed him to go to prison, but they normally would keep you in a jail cell like anybody else where you have access to your lawyers, right? No, they isolate him because they need a confession out of him. And then you would list off all of these things that happen for reasonable doubt. I have no idea how you do not go that emotional route and go in chronological order with that jury for your closing. And it's all reasonable doubt. And Jerry Holman needed to be, who's Ron Logan? Why would you ask him about Ron motherfucking Logan? That opened the door for Ron Logan. And then you go to town on that. Well, wait, weren't the girls found on Ron Logan's property? Yeah, they were. Okay, so did you ever interview Ron Logan? Did you get search warrants for Ron Logan? Did you search for, what'd you search for? What were you interested in? Isn't it true that Ron Logan lied about where he was during the time of the commission of the crime? Isn't it true that you thought Ron Logan was Bridge Guy? And then you can start bringing up all the confessions from Ron Logan. This will have another day in court. This will definitely be back in court. Richard Allen is going to get a new trial. All the stuff that has been done. I think Richard Allen needs a team. I will say this, and like I said, for them to hire the phone expert in August for a trial that was in October, that makes absolutely no sense to me, you guys. They were supposed to go to trial before that in March. So how you wouldn't have a phone expert hired well before March because of that trial date. So I struggle to know why there wasn't a phone person hired immediately for this case. That stuff takes a while to go through. Go and listen to the interviews that Stacey Eldridge has done. When I found out that she was hired in August, I wanted to puke. That is ineffective assistance of counsel. They should have hired their person. They should have submitted affidavits to say that we don't have certain things. That's why you have to give it up for Ann Taylor's team. Also, though, it is a death penalty case. Also, Ann Taylor's made a really good job of making the moves to get everything, all these experts hired from day one, getting them retained, paid, and you would have just kept on submitting things. Gall denied them funds, but she didn't. That was way before. It wasn't in August that stuff got released. I'm being honest. I'm not a biased person. Okay. The things that I saw done in the Delphi case off of, they put a lot in the tank for this third party culpability with going the Odinism route. And who knows, maybe that's all there. But what I'm saying was definitely right in front of everybody's faces. And after we heard the way the trial came out, for Ron Logan not to have been the third party, because it's all about strategy. Let's even say that I thought it was Odinism. But what I think and what I can prove versus, hey, we can show this route for Ron Logan. And so I hope that they learn here in trial 2, because they are going to get another trial. Don't get me wrong. Gall's a piece of shit, and they blocked it every chance. Okay. But reasonable doubt is all over this case. And it's all over this case because he did not commit murder. Cecil being able to Google something and come back and say that's not going to fly. These people should have been hired way sooner. I don't know why they weren't. But at the end of the day, it's on the state to prove its case, or if it's the Commonwealth, whoever it may be, it's on them. Stop shifting the burden to think that a defendant has to prove their innocence. You cannot prove a negative. It is impossible to prove a negative. That's why the burden isn't on the defendant. And when these jurors were asked those questions during voir dire, and people were thinking and saying comments about, well, I would expect the defense attorney to do this, that, and the other. Fuck no. That bitch has nowhere near. And that woman that did the whole interview, she was the girl that said that, well, I think that you guys should be up there, off the jury right there. Full stop. Gone. Anybody that would think that it's a defense attorney's job to prove your client innocent has absolutely lost their minds. The state didn't prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. The state, in my opinion, did not prove that this is how they present it, that Richard Allen's bridge guy and that bridge guy is the killer. And so therefore it's guilty. Well, now that you know that that's how they're playing it, right? This time of the crime matters. But you need to show the person that lied about their alibi, Ron Logan, where the bodies were on Ron Logan's property, and that Ron Logan would be bridge guy. I thought a jury was picked way too fast. They were picked way too fast. And there weren't enough questions being asked to eliminate people based off of that. I don't have to use one of my challenges. Absolutely, Heather. The jury was picked way too fast. This shifting of this burden is sickening. There's all this DNA at the scene. None of it links to Richard Allen. None of it. You didn't find a murder. Then you change and have your ME talk about a box cutter. And that was after it came out about this stupid ass box cutter. It's all sick. It's just all sick. He was there earlier. Not a single witness saw him there. Not a single witness saw him with the girls. Nothing. And then people say, well, they went through his whole house and they found every device except for the 2017 phone. Okay. Except for the 2017 phone. Well, I think there was other ones missing, but let's even say that that's true. Okay. That's what you got. You are literally pinning him down because his 2017, let's even say that he got rid of it. Let's say that he fucking trashed it. Let's say that he went home that night, was able to figure out what fucking phone was from 2017, which I would have no idea to mind which ones were which, but I'd have to seriously go through them, and hopefully be able to turn them all back on to be able to even look at them like that. And let's say that I got rid of it and I trashed it. I threw it away in between the time that I first talked to these pricks and when they searched my home. Okay. Well, then I guess we should fucking put in Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, every single person in Karen Reed's case is guilty because they all ruined their phones after a preservation order that was put in place. Just absolute fucking ridiculousness. But I'll give it to you. Yep, sure. That's what they say, that the 2017 phone. Well, you had it back in 2017 though. How horrible of a job did you do that you couldn't pin it? But then you didn't want to bring in the geofencing. Remember, that didn't get to be brought in. So you had all this stuff. Like, where was his phone then? Even if you don't have that phone now, you had it back then. So what did the geofencing show? That'd be like Hitler leaving out the timing advance reports in the Brian Koberger case is equivalent to leaving out the geofencing. That's like leaving out the 3,800 phones that were dumped between 3 and 5, and none of them linking to Brian Koberger. But hey, we want to suppress that. That's what that's equivalent to. Did you see Idaho trying to suppress the cell tower dump? No. So why was Nick trying to suppress how? How does that even fucking happen? So yes, this case is definitely going back up for a retry. No questions about it. I mean, I almost think that there's just so many, it's just so difficult when there's just so many things that were wrong in a case, that how do you get somebody to come in and write up for his appeal? Like, I can't even believe what this is going to say, all these errors. But I do believe that Rick Allen's team would also have no problem putting down ineffective assistance of counsel with certain things. They knew that van video existed. They're going to just have to pump out a bunch of stuff to show that accountability looked at the timing of that. Why didn't the state use that on video to show like this white, van coming? Why aren't we harping on the fact that when he would have hit the Wi-Fi, like what time it would have been? Brad Weber definitely changed his testimony. It's wild. I think it's really interesting that Ron Logan died supposedly of COVID. Okay. And the reason I think that this is interesting is because if you look at the trial, Ron Logan would have been relevant to the defense to call as a witness for the mere fact that the girls were on the property. They were found on Ron Logan's property. They have media interviews with Ron Logan saying guys down the hill. You understand that? So to ask Ron Logan, why are people asking you to say guys down the hill? Did the police ask you to say guys down the hill? Did the police think that you were a bridge guy? Can you believe if a jury was to hear that somebody lied about an alibi during the time of the crime? You know how many times he would have walked across that bridge in his lifetime? I feel horrible for Kathy Allen. I feel horrible for their whole family. I feel horrible for Abby and Libby. They deserve so much better than this shit. They deserve better than the investigation that they got. Their families deserve better. It's so sad. something everybody should think about is, based on the evidence that came out in trial, the last thing I'll say is that the timeline, if you want to believe that that Libby had that phone that was out there that was extracted, that phone showed that there was no steps taken with that phone from 12 noon until 1:30. So from 12 to 1:30, no steps taken with that phone. No steps. You tell me what kid that's in middle school, okay, is not walking around with her phone from 12 to 1:30. Where was that phone from 12 to 1:30 that it did not get any steps in? The phone begins to take steps at 1:30. And so I thought about that a lot. And then I went back to the interviews / testimony and what the girls were supposedly doing before they went on that bridge that day and like left the house. They weren't just sitting down for and laying down or sleeping for an hour and a half. That's not what was happening. That's not what anybody testified to. What people testified to is that Libby was trying to get a ride and was walking all over, right? So just think about that. She was on, she had seen Snapchat and had seen that people were out at the bridge. People like Kelsey's friend that looks like her. I just can't possibly think that that phone didn't take any steps from 12 to 1:30 unless that phone, unless Libby was using a different phone from 12 to 1:30. Because I just don't think that she wouldn't have been walking around and not had her phone with her from 12 to 1:30. And I wish that Andy Baldwin would just take the whole damn discovery and fucking just put it out online and ask the community to scour through the whole discovery and find things and dig things, because it's going to take an army. And if we were all able to go through that shit, we would be able to find the shit that mattered to be able to help Abby and Libby and Richard Allen. If Indiana is so confident in their case, put out the discovery like you did in the Christopher Watts case out in Colorado. Put it out there. I welcome that. All Richard Allen has to do, it's his discovery. He can do whatever the fuck he wants with it. Put it out there. All right, guys, you guys rock. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for watching with me. It was really hard to watch that. Like I said, that I saw that in the courtroom, and I said, I don't know how a juror can look at that and then not see how Richard Allen is right now and think to themselves that, wow, they totally, like, something happened here. Like, this guy had some type of a break, you know, and then when you find out, like, how this all happened, how you could ever even get past that to even vote, to even be able to vote guilty or innocent, you wouldn't be able to get past that. And so meaning that would be like, he's definitely, I have to vote not guilty only because of how this played off to get the confession. What happened prior to that? Or you have to remove it. That's why the jury should have never even heard the confessions. They should have been suppressed. Do you know how many things should have been suppressed in this case that the jury actually did, you know, like they heard that I don't believe that they should have ever heard. And I think that that his defense team did as good as a job though with preserving that. So that's good. So that makes sense there, that there's things that they should have never heard. What would have happened if the jury never heard any of those supposed confessions? What happens then? Do you think that jury would have convicted? What happened if they weren't allowed to use anything to do with anything that happened in between the time that he was arrested until the time that they went to court? What if none of that was able to be heard or seen? What do you think? Think about it. Oh, wait, Lana, does that mean you just want us to look at the evidence? That's exactly what I want you to do. That's exactly what everybody should have to do, is look at the evidence. So if we take everything out of play that from Richard Allen, the moment that he was arrested until trial. So all you're going to go off of is, oh, wait, the evidence, Lana? Yeah, exactly. What do you think would have happened? I know what I think happens, right? He's found not guilty. So wait, they would have only had to look at the evidence? Yeah. Even with you guys saying that he's bridge guy. Even with whatever, take out all the other bullshit. There is no DNA. What about the DNA? What DNA? There is no DNA that belongs to Richard Allen. There's DNA that belongs to a hell of a lot of other people that we don't know. Think about that. You take out from the moment he's arrested and don't get to use anything. What happens? And that's how it should be. Yeah, there definitely was a cop's DNA there. That's 100. I want to know why the defense did not go at that. It blew my mind. I don't know if they didn't realize that. I don't know if nobody asked them about that when they had any of these world tours asking them about that. Does anybody know why they didn't hit that harder in court? Because the ISPs, the guy's DNA wasn't in there originally. And then when they looked at it again, then when they scanned it over, like, oh, well, I don't know, it did hit, but I don't know how we missed it. He must not have been in the system. Well, who was the fucking person? And that was Auger's cross-examination. And trust me, things can be like, I guess, hindsight or whatever, but I didn't think of it was hindsight because I sat in that courtroom while it happened. And I'm like, hello, like, wait, it linked back to a cop? Who's? And then why didn't it hit? Like, why aren't you popping that? Just wild, man. All right. See, on the flip side, this case just really angers me. It's so sad. It's just not, this is not how you get justice. Peace out, guys.